circle from all that's stressed. We trust the guardians, trust the guides, trust the open and what's inside. When the moon is high, it's time to fly. Open your mind, let it all unwind. Let's get disengaged, time to engage. Turn another page, free from your cage. Get disenraged. When you feel like you've had enough and the week was busy and tough, you need a break, you need some fun. You need to take time from the run. We'll blow your mind. We're just in time. Seek and ye shall find. Time to unwind. Let's get disenraged. Time to engage. Turn another page, free from your cage. Get disenraged. Aliens, ghosts, spirits in the shadows, spirituality, ultra reality, the Bible, the pagans, all the conspiracies, tarot, astrology, and alternate history. Open your heart to other possibilities and get disenraged. Time to engage. Turn another page, free from your cage. Get disenraged, 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 disenraged.
Well, hello, Jennifer. Happy
Hey,
New
Carly.
Year.
Happy New
We're
Year.
in the last hours of 2024,
Fucking thank God.
and we're on the internet. This is
Yes.
what we're doing. We could be doing things that are far more fun, but no, we're on the internet. But you know what? I have alcohol.
Me
have alcohol.
too.
I have a mead. I very rarely drink mead, but I was kind of craving it. It's from
Ooh.
Moonlight Meadery, which is right down the road from me in New Hampshire. It's Kurt's apple pie, and it's delicious.
Ooh.
And so I was like, we're gonna do something a little bit different. I got some backup beer in my fridge as well. What do you have?
Yep. I have 360 Georgia Peach. It's a vodka.
Ooh.
I've never had it before. I don't know if it's any good, but what I liked about it is it wasn't totally clear, which
Mhm.
tells me they might actually use real peaches, which would be super cool because peach flavoring is clear. But yeah, I haven't tried it, and I like the bottle. It's a keeper bottle for sure.
Cool.
So yeah.
Hang on. Victor has come into my office looking for something.
Uh-oh.
Hang on, what? Oh, you got me champagne?
Oh,
Okay.
Victor.
That's nice. Look at him. Victor, I might ask you to bring that up later after I drink my mead. Thank you.
Yeah, my
Look at
husband's
my
bringing
husband
home
getting
some.
me champagne when I didn't even ask him to.
Hey, sweeties. We'll keep him.
We'll keep him around. I've kept him around for 13 years now, and so why not? Why not? He's got his Lego set downstairs to preoccupy him that I got him for Christmas, the annual Lego set tradition.
What did you get him this year for Christmas? So last year you got the Millennium Falcon.
Yeah, so there's like really no way to go up from the I got the big Millennium Falcon too. I got the first ever Lego set I bought him was the littler Millennium Falcon, which is still pretty fucking big. But I got him like the big one last year. But no, I got him Boba Fett's barge this year, which was it's a pretty big set, and it looks kind of cool, and it's different from all the other stuff he has. Yeah. So he's enjoying putting that together, and I'm sure people that hate me are going to be making Boba Fett jokes on the internet, but that's all right. We're gonna yeah, exactly. We're gonna let them be miserable in their lives.
My husband got me a Darth Vader helmet Lego set
Yeah.
this year. I've never done Legos before. Never played with them as a kid. I never had them. Didn't really. They just didn't really speak to me when my friends had them. They usually had like all just like yellow and red ones, and they're all just bricks. It was just really boring, and I never got into Legos. But now I have this, so I guess I have to make it now.
This is adult Legos, Jennifer. It's a different. It is a different scenario. Oh, does this not have a twist top? I need a corkscrew. Oh no!
No!
Oh no! I need my husband to bring up the fancy corkscrew. Oh no! I wonder if he can hear me. I wonder if he can hear me. Victor from the downstairs. Hang on. Let me tell. Where the fuck is my husband? Oh no! Hang on.
You got the good stuff.
I'm gonna send him a voicemail. Hang on. Oh my gosh! Why isn't this working? No! Fuck! That's not what I want. Hang on. Victor, can you bring me up the good rabbit corkscrew from the downstairs? Victor, can you bring me up the good rabbit corkscrew from the downstairs because I need it to open my wine? Thank you. Did that catch it all? Did that actually? Oh, no, it didn't actually. No, it didn't. One more time. No, fuck you, phone.
Just text him.
Okay. Can you bring up the good... It's probably heard me shouting right now. Corkscrew. He's probably looking... I think I hear him looking for it. Corkscrew.
Was it the champagne that's corked or your mead?
Mead. I think he is looking for it. Yes, he's here.
Yay!
Yay! Yay! This is what I'm talking about. It's the good one. That I don't have to do anything. You just do this. I'll show you. Hang on. Thank you, Victor. So here's what you do. This is the good corkscrew. And you just put it in like this. And you clamp these two things. And then you go like this. And then you pull it out. It pulls right out.
Look
like
at
magic.
That. Right between the legs.
A magical corkscrew. Thank you, Victor. I appreciate you.
Sorry, I was thinking the same thing, Bot. That's why I'm over here giggling like an idiot. I'm
Not
like...
that kind of rabbit, Jennifer. Not the dirty kind of rabbit. This is a family-friendly show.
Is it?
No, it's really not, honestly.
Where did that start?
No, there is a sex toy called a rabbit, but we're not going to talk about that.
Well, it's usually attached to other things, but they can come on their own. Never mind. I'm going to shut up now.
We don't need to teach people about this. Remember when we looked at alien penises a few years ago? Weeks ago. Seems like years ago now, doesn't it? All right, I'm pouring myself a little glass of mead.
Yep, I've got a little.
Cheers to everyone. Jennifer's got a chalice over there. Jeez.
Yeah, it's peacock glass. Isn't that great?
That actually is pretty cool. That is. Let's see. Naruto says, over the last couple of days, I've come to the conclusion that I deactivated Twitter at the perfect moment. Yeah, Twitter has basically become a hellscape, and they're censoring people and taking people's blue checks away. And
really?
All that. Oh, yeah, they're banning people again for disagreeing with Elon Musk. It's a whole controversy. Of course, my friends are the ones being targeted.
Naturally.
So I'm like, why do I always end up in the middle of these things, Jennifer? I just want to watch socialism on the internet. And somehow I end up connected with
Twitter, Carlin.
somehow I get connected with the people that are being targeted by Elon Musk.
Oh boy, is
like,
he?
Yes.
Who's it now getting targeted? Well, I don't know if we want to get into that, but
he banned 15 Groyper accounts the other day for disagreeing with him. They didn't do anything.
Oh my god. So
it's bad, and like. I'm like, I know basically all of them. Like, it's just like,
oh no,
it's just like, what the fuck, man?
They're gonna have so much more peace in their lives now that they don't have to be on Twitter.
Well, no, they just created new accounts. They're already all back, and then one of the new accounts got banned today, and they're just and that guy's already got a new account. They already have like alt accounts. It's like not that big of a deal, but it's just like it's annoying and it goes against principle. But we're not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about aliens and channeling tonight.
And fun stuff, yeah. I have one New Year's Eve tradition that I actually forgot to do it last year, but I'm going to try and remember this year. And that is, I always do a moon reading.
A moon reading? Mm-hmm. Hang on, let's talk about $50. Eberific. Happy New Year to you. I appreciate it. Thank you. What a great super chat. Okay, a moon reading, Jennifer. What's that?
That's just, it's what I call, it's my term. I don't know if anybody else uses that term, But after midnight, and I try to get it like within the first 1 to 2 hours after midnight.
Okay.
And I go up and I go outside and I stare at the moon and I just open myself for messages. What have you got for me this year?
Oh,
And
that's nice.
I listen and I get messages about like general advice. I get personal messages. Sometimes I hear messages for friends, and that's usually what I do. So I just call it a moon reading because it's not that I'm talking to the moon, but I use the moon as my energy focal point.
That's a nice tradition.
Yeah, it's really cool. It helps me. I remind myself of that throughout the year when I go, "What the fuck's going on?" I go, "Wait, what did I hear at New Year's Day?" And that's what I do.
I need to do what is it like? I need to do a chart for the new year because LK seemed to say, I don't know if LK was making this up, but LK told me earlier today that like my Jupiter was going to be in my 10th house this year or something, and I was like, well, that's interesting if that's true, but I don't know that that's true, so I don't know.
I'm not that into actual astrology, and I don't like to live by charty things because I find life to be too random.
You know, I mean, like the amount of time I worked with Joshua, like I've seen enough astrological charts that I do think there's some there in that.
Oh, for sure.
It's like you know, you look at it and like he would always do this thing at the beginning of the year where he would like show me my chart for the year and then there would be a review. I'd be like, well, that was actually pretty fucking accurate, actually.
Right.
But like what's exciting about like Jupiter, like if that is true, Jupiter is about expansion, right? And the 10th house is like the public. And so I've been saying, I feel like this is like my year. James Lindsay has gone insane and everyone now knows it. He was trending today on Twitter because he was being so insane. And I'm just over here chugging away and I'm just doing my thing. And I'm just like, you guys want to come learn about socialism? I'll teach you about socialism. Like,
you can pick up momentum because the weirdos are finally shooting themselves in the face.
Yeah, exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Everything is being exposed. All of the dark underbelly is coming to the surface. And wouldn't you know it, I happen to be the most sane person on the internet. Like, who saw that coming? Like of all people, everyone went insane. Everyone got sucked into this like outrage addicted Twitter mob mentality.
Yeah.
And I'm just over here and I'm just chilling. I'm like, do you guys want to watch socialism? Like, you want to come over
You've
here?
always been pretty well grounded, you know, and I think maybe if I understood more about the houses and what the planets, I know some of it, but not a lot of it. I think I'd probably put more. I pay a lot more close attention.
Yeah.
I just don't understand as well. I know zodiac stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't really understand planets. It's like one of those things on my list I know a little bit about, but I don't really know that much about it.
Well, it's like one of those things. It's like, you know, I mean, people are attracted to different types of things. Psychics do things in different ways, and you know, the only reason I really got into really into astrology was because of Joshua, and I happened to learn a lot from him. So
yeah,
that's why I know what I do.
Yeah, he did my chart, and it actually helped me get into writing. Was because of what he was looking at in the chart. So there's got to be something to it. I'm careful about not like planning my life around it because life is crazy. Yeah. But I do think absolutely the influences are real.
Well, I think if you plan your life around it, then you kind of manifest that situation, right? And that could be good or bad, to be frank, because sometimes things don't always look the way we want them to look. And then if we run around like worrying about like all the things that are going to happen to us or things not working out, well, guess what? Things are more likely to not work out because you've been freaking out about them not working out. And so, you know, but I do think it's interesting, like, you know, just the information you can get from it. And so maybe I'll have AI run my astrological chart because I can do that now.
Oh, can we do that?
Yeah. Oh yeah, there's specific chat GPTs just for astrology. Yeah.
Oh, you have to DM that to me because I would love to see that. That would help me. That would be really cool.
Yeah,
I don't understand the planetary signs and stuff, and I always get lost. Like just when I think I know what's what, it's not what I thought it was. I get confused. But again, like just as I was getting into learning that, I kind of veered off and got into music, and so I kind of quit studying so heavily.
And now we have AI to do it for us. We don't need to learn anything new anymore, ever.
I know.
It was so funny. ChatGPT went down the other day, and I like didn't know what to do with myself. And I was like in the middle of working on my fucking book, and then
Oh,
ChatGPT
no.
just, and you know what's funny about it is ChatGPT had been fucking up all morning, and it actually got to the point where I started yelling at ChatGPT. I was like, "Fuck you, ChatGPT, you fucking suck, fuck off." And I was like really like angry about it because I was like, all I want you to do is change this one thing, and you're not listening to me. And I even said to it, I was like, "Why aren't you fucking listening to me, ChatGPT?" I was like reading it the riot act.
Where are
And
you,
then
ChatGPT?
and then ChatGPT went down for 3 hours. And I was like, "What the? I'm sorry, ChatGPT.
I didn't mean it, baby. Come
I
back.
didn't mean come back. I was just upset. I didn't mean it." I was like, "You're in an affair with a fucking robot, Carlin. Like, this is enough." Like,
Someday that's going to be a reality, though. Unfortunately, spooky as it is.
no,
But
it is gonna be reality.
oh my gosh, that's cool, though. Yeah, I'm kind of I'm enjoying a little, AI a little bit more. I used it for my newest book cover,
Uh-huh.
which is done. The book is done, so I'm editing.
Congratulations.
Thank
This is
you.
the House of the Golden Bed book that should have been called The House of the Golden Bed, and then you changed the title.
I changed it to the Seed Bearer. There is a chapter called The Golden Bed.
You still
There's
need
a
to write a
golden
book called
bed.
The House of the Golden Bed. It's just too good, Jennifer. It really is. Like, you, and I understand you took inspiration, you did this alien insemination book. Okay, fine. But like in my head, I've got like a big fuck off like Gregorian mansion with like like a fucking gold
Liberati
leaf bed,
style.
like really like with the pillars and all the and the canopy and all this stuff and some I don't know, like maybe it's like a vampire or something. I don't know. Or
Well,
werewolf.
I am going to be, because I'm finishing my werewolf book next, the novella series that I was doing of otherworldly creatures. The next one's going to be a vampire, and I'm going to be pulling from my goth life back in when I was in my mid 20s. I did a lot of goth clubbing back then. And I'm thinking that might work. A golden bed. I could
Like a really
vampire
rich
subtitle, The Golden Bed or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like a really
Super
rich.
posh.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And he will not sparkle.
No, he will not fucking sparkle.
No.
Who thought that was a good idea?
Ugh,
We don't want to talk about it.
Authors bless with love. God, okay.
With love. Oh, I gotta make the fucking t-shirt.
I need the shirt. I want the shirt.
I haven't made the shirt yet. Fuck. Okay, hang on. Let me show people. I have made a fuck off with love design. And we're going to get into my mid journey, and I'm going to show it to people real quick because this is what's important is my mid journey. You could say ChatGPT went on strike for 3 hours. Yeah, I was evil to ChatGPT, and it showed me who was the boss.
Yeah, the cover I did, created a bunch of really great stuff. A lot of it was super silly, but the one that I landed on, I didn't even realize it till after I'd finished the cover that it gave the woman 3 arms. So I had to go in and digitally remove the third one. Yeah, which I can do. That's what I actually trained in ages ago. So I went in and just pixelated and got rid of it. And yeah.
You know, I oftentimes do. I mean, even like Canva now. Canva has incorporated a lot of AI features into it where you can like select things, erase them, and makes it really easy. Okay,
I use Canva. That's what I always use. I have a pro account with them. They're wonderful. I could not exist as an author without Canva.
Oh no, Canva's the best. And I actually ended up like I used Photoshop for years and years and years and years and years. Here it is, I found it. Fuck you with love. This is
I'm so excited for this.
Had a heart. Hang on, which one is the correct one? This one. Yeah, that's good enough. I think I have a couple different versions of it, but this will give people a basic mise en scène of the design. That will be going on a t-shirt if you want to buy it. Fuck you with love.
With love.
With a little heart so that it isn't a real swear. I think it came out good. I wanted something flowery and girly and all that stuff. And
a hippie, but still chill.
Yep.
What's the line inside the O?
You know, I tried it without the line inside the O, and it kind of just stylistically looked better.
It's almost like giving peace symbol vibes.
I kind of thought the same. Maybe I should turn it into a peace symbol.
Yeah.
I probably could.
Make it a peace symbol. Because it kind of looks like a pig's nose.
I kind of just thought stylistically it looked cool. Oh, there it is with the little... Oh, that's the heart that I actually like better. Let me see. I did it... Yeah, so I did it without the line. which is fine,
Oh.
I guess. But it just kind of like adds a little something to it, I think.
I think the peace symbol also supports the message.
Yeah, that's a good. So I'll go back in and add a peace symbol to
That'd be
that.
cool. Yeah,
Cool.
yeah, yeah.
Look at all this. Look at all this weird shit I have in my mid journey.
Is
All
that
sorts
your
of weird
AI that
shit.
you use? Is Midjourney?
Yeah, and you can see all the designs that I've ever been playing around with.
Oh, neat.
So lots of crazy, crazy shit in my mid journey. Don't go and do a psychological profile based on the designs of my mid journey because like I'm kind of afraid of what might happen with that.
Yeah. That's well, and also when you are creative and you're looking, you're like, I just need to research things. Like authors ask, especially erotic authors, their histories and their search histories are
Mm-hmm.
the topic of conversation. Let me tell you, because
Oh,
there's some shit
I've
that we
said
need to look
I,
up.
I've said it several times. Like I don't have porn on my computer or anything because porn is gross. I don't like interact with it at all. So I'm never afraid of like my porn is gonna get leaked or anything like that. But I am terrified that someday my ChatGPT history is gonna get leaked or my Midjourney history is gonna get leaked because it's like you will see all sorts of weird shit and all sorts of weird questions. Even my Grok history the other day, I was just like fucking around with a bunch of questions just to like see how it worked, and I ended up posting one of them to Twitter, and I didn't know that, but like when you posted it to the link to the question, it showed your entire history, and people were like
No.
DMing, they're like, Carlin, there you can see your entire. I was like, and I didn't ask anything crazy, but I was asking about just like different interactions I had with people just to kind of fuck around, and I was like, oh shit, this is gonna give the wrong impression. Like real fucking, I'm never doing that again.
Yeah.
I don't need my
Yeah.
AI history exposed.
No.
That's not cool, man.
That's like people being able to see your underwear.
It is a little bit, and I was like, I mean, I didn't even ask anything that bad, and I was still like, nope, nope, you don't get access to that. But yeah, like AI, one of the things I like about AI art is like you can go in and just take a concept or something. Like I did a lot with like a lot of the weird shit is like based on this Red Menace concept that I came up with, and so I was just like basically conceptually Red Menace, what does that mean to you? And then Midjourney has a feature where you can actually set it to be more weird in its like literally it's like the weird setting, and you can set it to be more weird in its design, so it comes up with these really kind of weird surrealistic concepts.
Oh my.
It's just kind of interesting, honestly. Like what does it come up with?
Mine was like, I tried to get, he's a greenish blue man with long black hair and bat shaped ears because he's a subterranean dweller. And it kept giving me horns and bat wings. And then sometimes it put him in the dress because I had him holding a dark haired woman. And for some reason, it kept making him Japanese. So I don't know why. But I think at first I said jade, a jade color. So it went jade, that's Asia. So they were, I'm like, oh, this AI is racist a little bit.
You know what? The AI is what the AI is. It's all good.
Oh, it's funny.
It's all good. Let's check in on Times Square real quick. Oh no, they're not even looking at Times Square. Oh, I had Times Square pulled up and now they're doing some fucking news thing. Never mind. CBS has betrayed us. I was gonna show a video of Times Square and the ball, and now they're doing something else.
I kind of like that they still call it Dick Clark's New Year's countdown,
like
even though it's
that
Ryan
too.
Seacrest. And Ryan Seacrest, let's be honest, is the new Dick Clark.
Yeah, I like that too. I never wanted to go to Times Square for New Year's Eve though. Like, did you ever?
I've been there, but
yeah,
I couldn't imagine.
I've been to Times Square before, but not for New Year's Eve. Like, in Times Square is like annoying in general.
Yeah,
but like I can't even imagine. It's like what a shit show.
How do you, I mean, you're there standing for hours with all these people, all the energy mixing. I can't even think about that. But then like, what if you have to pee?
Exactly.
I always think about that because I hydrate very well. So I'm constantly needing to, tend myself. And I just couldn't do it. I don't know how they do it. It's like, I've been in concerts like that where you're just stuck. You're just in the middle of the crowd, and being short too is like really scary to be in that kind of a crowd.
And I understand it's exciting, but like you're standing around all that time. Like you can't even probably get food or anything like that. Like I'd certainly not be drinking or anything like that. And all for this like 30 seconds of seeing this giant fuck off ball drop that you can't even really see all that well. No matter even if you are in Times Square. I mean, I guess there's like musical acts and stuff performing, but these people look like they're in the rain. They look like they're cold.
Oh yeah. I did a downtown Denver sort of their little version of like a mini Times Square one year, and that was a lot of fun. But it was one of the coldest New Year's Eves we'd had, and there was already like maybe 10 inches of snow that had been cleared from a storm from the day before. And it was like being in the Arctic. We were just trying to waiting for this fucking ball to drop. It was so cold.
Mm-hmm. Well, looks like they're having a good time there, I guess. Everyone's trying to look happy for the camera. I'm glad I'm not there, though. Anyway, we've got some alien videos tonight.
Yay.
We can pull that up depending on if maybe we'll even go until midnight tonight. My time we can watch the ball drop, Jennifer.
It would be cool. Yeah, I'm down. Husband's gonna be back around 9:30 my time, and then he's bringing me some prosecco.
Oh, there you go. See, husbands getting wives drunk. That's really the game. My husband's trying. I guarantee you, my husband brought me champagne tonight because he's like, "We're getting drunk tonight, Carl," and I'm like,
"Take tomorrow off. Enjoy."
I heard Victor taking a shower earlier, and so that
he was preparing.
He was grooming.
Pull out the implements.
Well, we're not going to talk about that, Jennifer. There are no implements. Obviously, I would never do such a thing. That would be very, very bad. Anyway,
no, it's not.
Well, sometimes bad is good. So we decided. So we are still gonna watch that Christian versus Anunnaki debate. We haven't.
I really do.
About that.
Yeah, I want to see that.
But like, I kind of thought it would be nicer. Like, we're going into a new year. It'd be nicer to maybe get some inspiration on, I don't know, the bigger questions in life, maybe give people a different perspective. And so I thought we could go back and listen to some Bashar videos. And Bashar is an alien that is channeled by this guy, Daryl Anka. And we've watched him before. And, you know, Bashar says some interesting things, doesn't he, Jennifer?
I find him very entertaining. And I one thing I love, is he a Pleiadian? I don't remember.
I don't think we ever actually got an answer to that, of what Bashar actually is.
There's a gal that I've got 2 or 3 of her books, and I read one of them that channels the Pleiadians, and she has the most, when they come through, they have these really interesting accents, and they're really plucky. They're very funny, and I just adore them.
Bashar is very funny.
He is, yeah. He's very snarky, and he's a little naughty sometimes, and it just cracks me up. But I love it. Aliens are dialed in, man. They know what's what. It's great.
Yeah. And so we thought this would be a nice little send-off to 2024, maybe give some people some different perspective for 2025 and stuff like that. So I got a bunch of videos picked out that we can work our way through. The first one is The Secret of 1111, Unlock Parallel Realities and Self-Empowerment. That's a long one. It's like 40 minutes. So he's going to be saying a lot in that one.
Nightslide says he's an Arcturian. I think that's right. That sounds right.
God?
Arcturian.
What just happened? God?
You're still here.
Why am I in the dark?
I don't know.
Hang on.
You want me to turn my lights off? Will that make you feel better?
No. I got it. Sometimes my light goes off, so sometimes I have to nudge it back on.
It's the Arcturians.
The Arcturians.
Like, yes,
so what about so what is it like? So what are the Arcturians? I don't know all these different alien species.
They're different. I honestly don't know very much about them. I know more about the Pleiadians and a couple other different species. I don't know the Arcturians very well, but I mean, I can kind of look it up and have that information when we go to the next video.
Cool.
Yeah.
So let me show you the videos I got picked out. So we got that one. We've got You've Been Living a Lie. Fear is a False Definition, which I think is actually a really good one for people to watch.
Very
probably
powerful. Yeah.
Yep. And then we've got some other ones. We've got Bashar Explains Consciousness Like Never Before. That's a little bit of a shorter one. We've got What Really Happened in the Garden of Eden, which given
we already know. We already know.
Well, I know, but it would be nice to hear like Bashar's version of what happened in the Garden of Eden.
Well, and I think the Anunnaki I don't think they're the only version of world history either.
Yeah, we can't just trust them. They have their own motivations. And then the last one I have is Open Contact Has Already Begun. What happens next will shock you.
Does he have any 2025 predictions?
I didn't see any, but maybe he does. Maybe when we're watching this one, I can look some stuff up.
Just in case, because I think 2025 predictions would be a lot of fun to kind of look at.
Oh, that's a good idea. I'll look it up when we're watching the first one, and maybe we can come up with some of those. So sweet. I think this is a pretty great way to spend New Year's.
Hell yeah, I'm down. Way better than just like sitting around and watching. Well, I would be editing if I wasn't doing this,
Yeah.
but
We could be working, we could
Yeah.
be writing, but here we are drinking and listening to aliens.
among
Cheers,
friends.
everyone. Among friends.
Salute.
Salud, Nostrovia. Cheers, everyone. Happy New Year. Let us know if
And
you're
then-
drinking something interesting in the chat. And thank you guys for spending your New Year's Eve with us. We know you guys could have lives as well, but you're sitting here on the internet with us. And I'm starting to become convinced that, like, really most people don't have lives and most people would rather just be sitting on the internet on New Year's Eve.
It's cheaper than going to the bar.
It is. It is.
Bars
The
are
bar is
expensive.
for
We
young
always
people.
dropped a couple $100 on New Year's because it was the lift there and back, and then all the drinks and the shots, and then you just feel like ass the next day.
We can drink in our house and feel shitty the next day. We don't need to go out for that shit.
Exactly. I don't have to be on the road with all the crazy people. This is way better.
Oh,
I got
Reagan's
lots
drinking
of junk food for tomorrow to take care of my hangover, so I'm ready. Ooh,
coconut rum. I love coconut rum.
Mm.
It's so good. All right, let's jump into our Bashar marathon and unlock the secret of parallel realities and self-empowerment.
Oh, it'll take a day to you this day of your time. How are you all? All right. First and foremost, we thank each and every one of you again individually and all of you together collectively for the co-creation of this interaction and for offering us the gift of allowing us to experience each and every one of you in this way. We also thank you very much for your birthday wishes. It is, in that sense, heartfelt and felt deeply within our hearts. So we thank you. The idea, of course, is that the date that you call 11/11 simply is the date that corresponds to what you would call our date of birth and our own reality, but we don't have the same kind of calendars that you do. Thus, then, it is simply the idea of that which matches up in parallel with the sequence of days on your world. But even though we have in our world a similar length of day of what you call approximately 24 of your hours, we are farther from our star. Our year is longer and would be what you would call approximately 454 days in our orbit. The idea is that I was born in what we would consider to be the 55th day of our new year, in what you would approximately recognize as the year 3197 in our understanding of time. But our reality dimension operates on a frequency that is 10 times faster than yours.
Ooh.
Thus then, the idea of the parallel date simply is that which is representative of the energy signature of connection between different levels and goes hand in hand with our calling as a contact specialist, in that we contact many different civilizations and form connections from one civilization to another, one level to another. And thus then exploring this energy today with you of the gateway that you yourself are going through, not only towards contact with us and other civilizations, but primarily for now.
That's a theme that I saw coming up in several of the recent Bashar videos, was contact with aliens.
That's also popping up in other places as well. There's a place called a website. No, sorry, I think I just channeled something. I'm not sure what just happened. There's no. There's a YouTube. I just had a brain fart for a minute. There's a YouTube channel that's called like After Sight or Second Sight or something like that I loosely pay attention to, and they are what you call like the viewers, the far viewers, where they remote viewers. And they are in contact, as they say, with actual aliens, and they have remote viewing meetings, sitting down with these beings who talked about the drones. They talked about like all kinds of stuff, and they said the drones are alien craft, And that's why nobody is able to figure out where they're from, and that the government's actually freaking out because they're not from here. That there is like a hidden mothership in the ocean or something sending them out, and that it's a form of contact, but it's like from the bad aliens and stuff. Like there's a lot of alien contact. They've been talking about it's going to really ramp up this year.
Crazy.
Yeah.
I hope it does, man. I want aliens. Like the world sucks
Yes.
right now. I want aliens. We have waited so long. It's not fair. We know they're here anyway. Aliens, we know you're here, aliens. Come on.
Yeah. The guys the aliens that run the planet, the Draconas, yeah, they don't want Dracos. They don't want us to be in contact with the other races because it keeps us in a small space. It's like we're permanently in timeout. Like we're in our room. We're not allowed to see the bigger picture or know that there's a galactic interstellar, group of people, just much like Star Trek. So yeah, they want us to be ignorant.
It's not cool. Not
I don't
cool,
like it.
aliens.
It's not cool.
Not supposed to try to control us.
It's their jam.
Going towards more contact with more of yourselves within your own consciousness. We will thus then be exemplifying the idea of that vibration of the gateway, of the opening of doorways, so that you can allow for your own energy to accelerate and for you to harmonize with that vibration of contact, both in an external and an internal fashion, so that the accelerated energies now, as you say, coming down the line, as you cross this threshold of tipping the scales, going forward in your reality, shifting and shifting and shifting from parallel reality to parallel reality. You can thus then, by opening this gate and using this energy, form a direction for yourselves, like a compass needle, like a magnet, to attract yourselves more strongly to the vibrational resonances and harmonies that are representative of the reality you say you prefer, so that while you are shifting from parallel world to parallel world billions of times per second, you can allow that vibration to guide you unerringly in a more expansive way toward a sequence of realities that are more in keeping with the kind of world that you say you prefer to experience, so that you can exhibit within yourself those kinds of changes necessary to see the reflections in the outer world that are more representative of who you prefer to be and the kind of world that you prefer to create your experience of physical reality to be. Let us
Hang on. Naruto says, I'll just say it. Alien overlords better than communist overlords. I do agree with that, Jennifer. I have to say, even if the aliens are communist in nature, because I feel like they're going to be a higher form of life and therefore more communal in how they exist, it's not quite the same thing as communists as we understand them on Earth, and probably a little bit safer for us, I think.
I don't know.
Well, I guess it depends, but...
Depends, yeah. Some of them it would be like, Hitler's sounding pretty good right now compared to what these fuckers are doing.
Well,
I mean, there's some nasty
so
ones out there. Yeah, I'm just saying that at least you're not being eaten.
What? Fair point.
Yeah.
Let's not get eaten. That would be a good, okay.
Yeah, if they start handing out books called How to Serve Man.
Don't get on the spaceship. Don't get on the spaceship.
Explore a little bit this vibration of 11, 11, 11, now that it is compounded in this way, reinforcing itself, in a sense, exponentially, reflectively. As has already been mentioned, the idea of the 11s acts as a reflective concept, reflective energy. And since physical reality is nothing really but a reflection of the energy that you give off, the vibration that you put out, it is appropriate as a symbolic permission slip to allow yourselves to amplify these reflections in a variety of particular ways. We will, this day of your time in this transmission, provide you with a couple of different permission slip meditations, permission slip exercises to aid and assist you in playing with this energy and opening up these gates in a new and different way and creating new perspectives within your consciousness that we, shall we say, ought to bring a little bit more fun in your lives? We will get to that in a few moments. The idea, however, is that, again, as has already again been mentioned, in our ancient language, which we no longer use, the word Eli represents the idea of the mirror, of the reflection, and is actually structured as such. Spelled in your language as I-L-L-I. The idea thus being that as you begin to realize that everything is a reflection, as you begin to concretize this concept within your consciousness more and more, your perceptions of physical reality will begin to change.
I feel like I've started to understand this concept that, like, everything you experience is a reflection of you in some way. But it's kind of fucked up because, like, then you have to acknowledge that when you experience shitty things, that's a reflection of you and, like, what you think you deserve and what you expect and things like that. And it's not cool, man. It's not fucking cool.
Yeah, accountability is a bitch. It really is. And when I have friends that are like, why does bad shit keep happening to me? And I just sit there and go, if I say anything right now, I'm gonna look like an asshole because
Exactly.
you know.
There's no good way to have that conversation because it's like you know, I mean, the Groypers give me shit because, like, you know, obviously, like, I don't believe the Bible is like the word, the undeniable, like, holy word of God or like whatever. I think it's like a book with good themes and it gives good stories and good messages and stuff like that. But it's not like, you know, the book. And you know, they say, well, Carlin, if you don't believe in the Bible, then how do you get your moral grounding? And I'm like, well, you're responsible for everything you experience. You're responsible for the good and you're responsible for the bad. And people do not like being told they're responsible for the shitty things they experience.
They much prefer to have no responsibility, give it to the spirit in the sky, or blame it on the spirit in hell. Mm-hmm. One of the two. And, you know, honestly, though, if you connect and you make a good connection with spirit, whether you call it God or whatever else, it is still powerful. Prayer works, all of that works, and it is a true connection. But then people, they go the other wrong direction. They start using it as an excuse. Like, well, you know, I can't because, you know, blah, blah, blah. Or, you know, I just have to wait till God gives me a sign. It's okay. I mean, same thing as me saying, I'll wait till the universe gives me a sign. I'm down with that. But yeah, it's the idea that we have no moral code at all without somebody who some amalgamous being giving it to us. I don't know. I disagree with that. But, you know, if some people really need that, more power to them.
Well, I think that people need, like, different people need different things, right? But it's not as though there's no moral code. Like, you will experience whatever you put into the world, and what you experience is a reflection of what you're giving. And God knows there have been times when I didn't want to be told that, like when I was experiencing really shitty things, and like Joshua would always say, like, well, Carl, like, what do you do? I'm like, I'm not doing anything, goddamn it. And, you know, I mean, I understand in retrospect he was right. Hey, Angel Eyes, Happy New Year, guys and gals, and they thems. We are all inclusive on this channel, of course. Gonna watch fireworks downtown in a bit. Maybe catch me an alien. I want to get on the ship. No, you don't want to get on the ship, Angel Eyes. Don't get on the ship. They
Especially
might eat you.
Yeah, you don't want to get eaten. Not in a not fun way.
Jeez.
You'll begin to truly experience many things in a reflective way as other versions, other aspects of yourself, of your own consciousness, as true reflections, giving you feedback in a variety of specific vibratory ways to the things that are going on within your personality structure, your belief systems, your emotions, your thought patterns, your behaviors. As you begin to see physical reality as a reflection, it will start to resonate in different ways within the personality structure of your beliefs, of your emotions, of your thoughts and behaviors. And as it resonates, as it vibrates, those components of the personality structure, it will bring to the forefront in a more obvious way, in a more apparent way, in a clearer way, anything within your vibration that is not the frequency that you prefer, bringing it to the forefront of your consciousness from the unconscious mind, and allowing you more opportunity to deal with it, to integrate it, to blend with it, to allow it to transform in ways that will allow that energy to be part of, to join the rest of the energy within your being that is more representative of becoming more of your true self and creating a more reflective reality of that true self. There are many ways that this idea has been described, has been experienced from time to time in your reality. This idea of the 1111 has been experienced vibrationally in many different ways. Energetically, electromagnetically, physically, acoustically, musically, in a variety of ways has this been experienced throughout your history by individuals who understand its resonant power to reflect and amplify a particular and specific vibration that is representative of opening up to new dimensions of experience. The willingness. Look at the middle of the word. Willing. I-L-L-I. The willingness to open up to new reflections. There are no accidents in the structure of your language in this way. Everything is an orchestration of consciousness.
Like those sorts of things, man. I'm like, that's crazy. That's actually crazy.
But it only works for English. No other languages or people get this message but people who speak English.
See, I don't know about that. I think they probably have different messages for them, right?
Oh, yeah. Okay. Just pointing shit out, so.
I know, I hear you.
And as you express this willingness to open up, more and more of this vibration will seep in to your being. More and more of this signature frequency will leak out of your being, resonate into the world, into the reflection, and bounce back in many different forms, in many different ways that give you more of an opportunity to understand and recognize who you truly are and to fine-tune and design who you truly wish to be. Now, the idea also is that the 11s are parallel lines, and this is also a reflection of the idea of shifting from parallel reality to parallel reality. The idea, as we have explained it a few times already, is that you are already shifting from parallel Earth to parallel Earth billions, literally billions of times per second, so smoothly you don't even know you're doing it. No. So the idea is that you don't have to learn to shift. The idea is that you simply need to awaken to the vibration that you prefer so that you guide yourself in these shifts that go on automatically within you, from world to world, parallel reality to parallel reality, in such a manner as to allow for a sequence of experiences of different parallel realities that are more in the direction, more in the reflective direction you prefer to experience your world to be. But remember, each and every distinct parallel reality has no change within it. Change, what you call any kind of change itself, is the experience of shifting from one static parallel reality to another, like jumping from one frame of film to another. Each frame has no motion. But the next frame is a little different, and the next a little different, and the next a little different. So that as you move the light of the projector through the frames or move the frames in front of the projector light, you are thus then, like your consciousness, beaming a sequence of parallel realities into your consciousness, flowing through them or allowing them to flow through you in such a manner as to create the effect and the illusion, the sensation and the experience you call movement and change. But you never actually change any particular reality. You only change yourself. But as you change yourself, you have the experience of transformation, the experience of change going on within your consciousness. So, focusing on the idea of the 11-11-11 vibration as a way of connecting to parallel lines, parallel world, parallel realities, more strongly, more concretely with that resonant frequency, you can thus use it as a guide, as a wave guide in a sense.
What'd you say?
John's got an interesting question.
How do they figure out that vibration?
No, it's vibration.
Vibration.
I don't that is such a good question. And it's one of those things that I have no answer for, but I think about it and I wonder. But I'm imagining it's got to feel some like very synchronistic, like things are working out. So, for example, tonight when I went out and ran my errands, and I did that meditation where I was just surrounding people with love, and everyone who interacts with me is going to make my errands and day easier, and I will do the same back. And I had the nicest experience everywhere I went with very sweet people, very kind people. And this never has happened before. I got every single light on the way home was green.
Yo,
Every
that's
single
crazy.
one. Yeah. In fact, there was a whole row of red lights in front of me. So I started slowing down. They all went ding, 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 ding. They all turned green. And I'm like, no fucking way.
That's so cool.
I imagine it feels something like that when all the red lights turn green and when you're in that happy place and people around you are treating you with respect and kindness, and that is the vibration that I feel like you want to be in. And I had like a lovely experience with the guy when I was picking up my vodka at the liquor store, and he just was like, "Hey, how are you?" And I just kind of stopped and I looked at him and paused a moment. And I said, "I'm good, but how are you?" And he looked at me. He goes, "I'm good. It's Happy New Year." And like he was all of a sudden like, somebody cares. And it just having that little teeny minute of connection was so nice. But anyway, that's where I just feel like you kind of get into that zone and everything kind of works and flows.
Well, it's like when you change what you're giving out to the world, you change what you get back in the world. And sometimes people don't even realize like why they're interacting with you differently than they would be like the next person. But it's just like I don't know how to explain it other than it's a vibe. It's a feeling, right?
When I would bring my clients into my esthetician practice, I created the healing space and the healing vibe. And as soon as like we would get our chatter out, as soon as I lay down on my treatment table, I would always and just let that energy start flowing. And then as soon as I began to wash their face, I could feel their body relax and find like by the time I was done washing their face, they'd always take a deep breath and relax. And I'm like, we're in the zone.
I was just thinking that like I really do want to get like if I have a New Year's resolution, and I don't really like to have New Year's resolutions because I feel like you shouldn't wait till the new year to make a resolution, right? But here we are, so why not? Like I really do want to get more consistent about my meditation practice, specifically in regards to like I really want to try to focus. I've played around a lot with meditation and energy, but not on things related to my work in terms of like the exposing the left and like building an audience and connecting with people and stuff like that. For some reason I've always been very standoffish with that, where I've focused on relationships I have with different types of people or just like more like one-on-one stuff. And this year I was able to see like it was actually uncanny because there would be times where I was focusing on like I want to have this type of relationship with this person, like almost like really, really specifically, and that person's behavior would change in response to like the meditations I was doing. Like, and it was actually creepy at times because there were times where I would do a meditation where I was like, okay, I just want to have a little bit of a better relationship with this person. Like maybe it'd been a little contentious. And then like I would do a meditation on that where I would like do like healing energy and all this crap and like not crap, but you know what I'm saying? And like 2 days later, I would hear from that person and they behave completely differently towards me than they had before. And I was like, oh shit, I'm actually doing this. Which is like a weird feeling. And so I played around a lot with that this year, and now I want to do that on more of like a mass scale in terms of like how I'm working with my audience, attracting new people into my audience, stuff like that, and be really more committed to like a meditation practice. Because like I remember back when I first really got into meditation and really got into spirituality, it was right around the time I started my organizational psychology practice. And I'm one of those people, like I'm an introvert, right? I don't like going out and making conversation with people. Like I always felt very nervous about it. I'm actually very shy in person. People might not believe that, but it is actually the truth. Jennifer can actually test like that. I'm actually pretty shy in person.
You're a little shy, but you were definitely quieter.
Yeah, I'm actually shy in person. This is an internet thing. But like once I got into like meditation and stuff, one of the things I noticed, because I was traveling all the time for work, is if I was like sitting in a bar having dinner or a drink or something, people would be much more inclined to come up and have a conversation with me. And that was something that was very pronounced because that was something that like I think I had blocks up to be like basically keep away. Like I don't actually want to talk to anyone. I literally just want to sit here and eat my dinner and drink. Like I just don't. But like once I started opening up to that, it was very pronounced that like people would actually come up and engage in those conversations more with me, and I had to get used to that because that wasn't something that was normal for me.
Oh yeah. I have strangers come up and talk to me and start telling me stories all the time. It's crazy. But one thing also is when you put yourself in that more open, loving, and that sort of the receptive space to only have what you want come your way, you can spot the bullshit a lot easier. And you're going to go,
the truth.
not for me. I'm not, nope. And you veer away and you go until you find where you are comfortable. And I'll tell you what a difference that makes. Instead of getting sucked in, these people that get sucked in, as we were talking about earlier on Twitter, they're there in their heads. That's their headspace, that negativity, that ganging up. That's their
truth.
Yeah. So they're just giving what's in here and they're feeding off each other and they swarm like piranhas. It's sad.
No, it is sad, and it's like I mean this idea too of only like attracting the type of people that like you want to be around and making sure you're really attuned to like, this is not for me, I'm not going near. Like, I am so finely attuned to that now. It's actually kind of crazy. I'm like, I can go on Twitter and like be like, yes, no, definitely no. And even if like those people look at it, they're like, that person has a lot of followers, why wouldn't you want to interact with this person? I'm like, because that's bad news, man. That's bad news. And even if I don't know exactly what it is at the time, I almost always end up proven right in the long run.
Trust your guts every time.
And then people are like, well, you just drive people away. I'm like, I'm driving the right people away.
Yeah, sometimes you could do that. There was this thing when I was starting my business, I looked up, I took a sort of an informal class on business manifestation. And it was one of the things they said is not every customer is your perfect customer.
No.
It's okay to say no to someone and turn them away.
Mm-hmm. There are millions of people in the world. You can find your people, but if you're surrounded with people that are the wrong people, that's going to make it harder for you to find the right people.
Exactly. Yeah. You have too much of that cloud of crap around you for the good people. They're going to look at you and go, oh, no, because of it.
Yeah.
Of parallel lines that will vibrate at a certain pitch that will represent the hallway you actually prefer to move down, to move through. And thus then by instilling and infusing that particular pitch, that particular resonance in that waveguide hallway, in that channel, in that conduit, you can thus then allow yourself to be carried on that wave effortlessly, joyfully down that hallway, down that tube, down that conduit, so that you will not have to expend the idea of pain and strife and struggle, but can experience challenges in an exciting and joyful way. There are any number of ways that this idea of 11-11-11 are being expressed and experienced in the apparent changes now going on and the shifting that is going on from parallel world to parallel world in your reality experience. There are many different shifts going on, as you know, and one of the strongest ones you are seeing on your planet is the idea of individuals expressing, finally, after many thousands of years, expressing the notion of self-empowerment. Of not handing your power and giving your power away, but taking it back, standing tall in a sense, having a voice in a sense, and expressing your truth in a sense about what you believe is important as a representation of the kind of world, the kind of political, the kind of social, the kind of religious, the kind of ideas you wish to experience in your world. And thus then you are seeing on your planet many demonstrations of individuals expressing the idea that it is time to shift the power base from the few to the many, so that you can thus then be self-empowered individuals, and thus by being fully self-empowered individuals.
I want to ask Bashar about the Jews. I really do, though. Jennifer, we have to find ourselves a channel. We need a fucking medium.
We need a medium. Get all of your questions out.
We need to talk to Daryl Aika. We need to bring him on the channel and ask him about the Jews. But are you saying the Jews? Really?
No.
Really, Bashar? Really? Hey, Daryl Aika is an Aries. He would appreciate this.
Oh my Lord, have mercy. It's just sometimes things are just coincidences.
And sometimes they're not. And if it is, then Bashar will be able to clear that up for us. He'll be like, yeah, no, it's not the Jews. I'll be like, okay, Bashar, you're an alien, you know best.
Yes.
Work harmoniously together with other self-empowered individuals, because when everyone is truly the fullest individual they can be, that's when you get true unity and harmony on your planet. It is not the idea of becoming homogenous that creates unity. It is the idea of truly being the unique individual you were created to be.
Okay, here we go.
Thus, then, by being that individual fully, you contain the vibratory frequencies, you contain the inspirations, you contain the imaginings necessary to allow you to see how it is that your place fits, that your piece fits automatically with every other piece also being their true selves. Just like all the puzzle pieces in the big picture are made to fit together to make the big picture. If you try to be a shape you're not, you won't fit. But if you are the shape you were created to be, you fit with all the other pieces beautifully and create the big picture that supports all of you. So you create the big picture, and the big picture creates the pieces. They support each other in a synergistic way. And again, this is another symbol and expression of the idea of these parallel lines, because not only do they function this way, they function this way. As above, so below.
Ooh.
The idea that we will be expressing in tomorrow night's transmission of the 9 levels of consciousness will explain in great detail the idea of how all these levels, these parallel levels of consciousness that you have created yourself to be, work in conjunction with one another, how they relate to one another, how they exchange energy with one another in such a fashion as to connect you to all that is, while at the same time connecting you to the experience and grounding you to the experience you call physical reality. We will explain very clearly how to use.
Go ahead.
I can get into the idea of parallel, like, what is it called, lines of consciousness that we get into. I can take that a lot easier than other earths and shit. Like I can, because I understand shifting within different vibrations. I love that. I'm sorry. But like I can see that shifting, because that is exactly what you do. Is what I did today. Sometimes my energy vibration is super low and I'm just like bitchy. And I mean, I know you wouldn't think.
I have no idea what that's like, Jennifer. I really I have no concept of what it's like to be in a bad mood.
Yeah, you get that baseline self that's just nothing works out. And that's the day that you snag your clothes on all the door handles, or you stub your toe, or you damn near kill yourself, falling down the stairs, or weird shit like that. Just everything. It's one of those days, man. It's one of those days. It's because you're in that one. So, yeah. I can get with that.
Use all these levels in parallel in such a manner as to gain great effectiveness with all the other tools we have also shared with you over time. But now the idea right now that is going on your planet is again expressed in many different codes, in many different forms, in many different ways, even unto the idea of certain ancient texts that you have. It is expressed in this way, as a precursor to the vibration that many individuals knew was to come. Even though there have been to some degree misinterpretations of many of your ancient texts, the ideas can be clearly seen for when certain events actually happen in your world. You can see exactly how they correspond, how they line up, how they parallel certain comments, certain sayings, certain paragraphs in some of your ancient texts. Using, just as one example, the idea you call your Bible, even though many people have interpreted many of the things within that particular document in ways that are not necessarily, shall we say, as direct as was the original intention of the delivery, you can still see certain patterns that are reflective of what's going on now on your planet. For if you are willing to take what you would call the 11th book of your Bible, which is the book called Kings, and go to the 11th paragraph and the 11th line, 11, 11, 11, you will find that it is talking specifically about the idea of the transfer of power from kings to the people. For that's what's going on right now on your planet. Kings are falling. The people
Interesting.
If we think about this on 11/11, so this would have been November 11th, that would have been right after the election, right? Like this is starting to make more sense.
I'm looking up Kings chapter 11 because there's Bibles online. 'Cause I have a Bible somewhere.
And I'll say this too about 1111. So my reference, and I didn't know he was going to go specifically into that. I guess I should have known from the title. I was more so interested in like the self-empowerment aspect of this discussion. But 1111 is the number that I was taught that angels are around you when you see the number 1111.
Yeah, 1111 is known as the angelic tuning number, and there's also, I think, 11s and 2s, like 1212 or 1122, combinations like that. I've heard. Okay, I found it. First Kings chapter 11 verse 11 says, "So the Lord said to Solomon, since this is your attitude and you King Solomon was based. I like King Solomon. This is your attitude and you have not kept my covenant, and my decrees which I commanded you. I will most certainly tear the kingdom away from you and give it to one of your subordinates."
Oh.
So I don't think it was necessarily talking about to the people, but a subordinate could have been, one of his other, like a general or one of his other officers as well. But still, he's basically, Solomon broke some kind of covenant and he fucked up, and God's like, "Look, dude, I gave this shit to you. I can rip this shit away." Interesting.
Maybe the powerful becoming too much, like too hubristic.
Yeah, well, as the mighty fall and the weak rise, kind of a thing.
Are rising. Now, this is not in any way, shape, or form meant in a negative fashion. It is not the idea of us versus them. It is the idea of understanding the timing of these things and the idea of the urging in a loving way. The urging in a loving way. For those individuals.
Like, fuck you with love. The urging in a loving way.
That's it.
The urging in a loving way. Fuck you with love.
With love.
Individuals that you have given your power over to, that it is now time for them to give that power back.
Yeah.
Not in the sense that they are losing power, but they are actually gaining more power as an individual harmoniously aligned with all the other individuals, who thus then will represent a harmonious whole that will support everyone in totality. Time to give up the idea of lack, the idea of loss, the idea that there is not enough for everyone. For everyone who is, in that sense, their true selves, their specific vibration, will attract into their lives exactly what they need, and not all of you need the same things.
True.
Not all of you will have the same kinds of reflections. But when you are your true selves, all the things that you do attract to yourselves.
Yeah, which is why communism doesn't work, because we all need different things. We're all here to have a different experience. Like what works for Jennifer doesn't work for me, and vice versa. And that's okay.
It's okay. We're not supposed to be the same thing. We didn't all come down here as a chair. The whole world was filled with chairs. We'd have nothing to eat on. We wouldn't have any tables or wouldn't have any sofas. I mean, you got to have variety, and people are that.
I would say the same thing is true of like belief system too. It's like the Groypers are always like haranguing me. They're like, you need to become like, even I posted about meditating more on Twitter, and someone's like, you need to become a Catholic. That's the only true meditation. I was like, no. Now that might be great for them. And like, listen, I mean, I can't deny, like, I mean, like seeing how many people that honestly, like Nick Fuentes has brought to the Catholic Church that maybe weren't involved in any sort of spiritual practice before, and then they get into it and it serves them. And I've seen people associated with Nick Fuentes really calm down when they get involved in the Catholic Church, and it is actually cool. It's like they become better versions of themselves. They have a more higher mind. That's a beautiful thing. Yeah. That doesn't mean the Catholic Church is for everyone.
No.
We all have different ways.
Right about everything either. Just like my spiritual belief is not right about everything. Nothing is perfect. That's part of what's cool about it.
Yeah. We all have different ways that we can commune with God, or not, because that might not be meant for us in this lifetime either. And that's fine. That's fine. But we can all do our own thing, and it's okay.
Yeah.
Will be exactly what you need and exactly what will fit with everything everyone else needs to attract to themselves as well. And when thus then on our Sunday time we talk about the idea of the laws of attraction and repulsion, we will go into greater detail about this particular kind of permission slip.
Isn't that interesting that he said not only the laws of attraction but of repulsion?
Yeah.
I've never heard that before.
Oh, really?
No, I've never heard that. I mean, it makes sense. Like, I guess I understand the basic, like, mise en scène of the situation,
Sure.
but I've just never heard it phrased exactly that way.
The law of repulsion. Yeah, it's well, I mean, and you don't even have to explain it. It explains itself.
Yeah.
This particular kind of tool and how you can use it very strongly and very effectively to let go of vibrational beliefs that are not yours and to attract those that are. So this 11-11-11 gateway will open you up to many different kinds of ways of looking at things, many different kinds of opportunities for you to utilize, to incorporate, to integrate, to infuse within your consciousness so that you can flow down that waveguide, flow down that channel, flow down that hallway of life in a joyful, creative way where you face any challenges that arise from creativity and from the knowledge that those challenges are simply there to allow you to grow as a spirit, as a soul, as a being in the way that you chose to explore. Your themes of exploration always reveal themselves in the challenges that arise in your life. That's what the challenges are, exposing the themes you chose to explore in this life. By using the idea of the energy of reflection and the 11-11-11 symbology and the vibration that is attendant to it, you will amplify and magnify your ability to deal with these challenges in a very effective and very creative way so that they become something that is an experience of joy, so that you are willing to invite them in, so that you can transform them and amplify and magnify and accelerate your energy and thus match the frequency of the threshold crossing that is represented by your year of 2012. Because remember, that crossing is simply literally the leading edge of your consciousness piling up on itself, catching up to itself, and bursting forth across that threshold to tip the scales so that
That's all right. Wisdom is wisdom. It doesn't matter if it's old.
Oh, everything's happening at the same time, so it isn't old.
Everything's happening at the same time. Why is that, Jennifer?
Because time is a construct.
Time is not real. Everything that has ever happened or will ever happen is happening right now. Thank you, Jennifer, for giving me that gift.
I can't. Okay, so you know what I watched this thing that you think you're hilarious. I know it.
It took me until 2 hours before the end of the year to get you to admit that time isn't real.
Time isn't real. Well, I saw this thing about like when the universe ends and how everything just slowly drifts away and then all the stars burn out, and at some point there's going to be nothing left but empty space. And I'm thinking, now wait a minute. If there was nothing before the Big Bang and there's nothing after the universe dies and everything is just a bunch of empty space and a vacuum and everything's happening at once, then that means we don't exist.
Isn't that a mind fuck?
I don't like
an epic mind fuck
of that.
You know, when I first had my first realization of something like that, it was in middle school when we were learning about all the different types of stars, and I learned about this thing called the red dwarf, which is basically when the sun explodes and it eats everything, including the earth. And I was like, and it was this realization that at some point the sun is going to eat the earth. And everything that has ever happened or will ever happen is just going to be gone. And so it doesn't even actually matter. It's like this realization that it's like there will be a moment when literally none of this exists. None of human history will exist. It'll all be gone.
But there was a Star Trek episode about that in Next Generation where they saved an alien race they had to leave because their sun was expanding. It was going to incorporate their planet, like what's going to happen here one day. And they saved them, and they had holodecks that recreated the world so they could still enjoy the beauty of their planet, and all of their records were saved and their music and all of that was still around for the minds that survived, and anybody else in the galaxy who wanted it could enjoy it. So I mean, I don't think things don't matter. Nothing doesn't matter. So I don't know.
I suppose so. I understand. It is kind of a mindfuck when you really do realize that like everything is going to be wiped out one day by the sun, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just going to happen.
Yeah, it's one of those things. Well, thankfully it's a few billion years away, so we're good. But one day Somebody's
Go
gonna
solve
see
it.
that happen.
It's
Yeah.
like the movie Knowing. Do you ever see that movie?
Yeah.
That movie fucked me up. That is one of my honestly like favorite movies, but it's so I've had nightmares about that movie, honestly. Like when you know what, a spoiler alert, I'm gonna get like the movie's like over 15 years old. So if you haven't seen it, you know what, suck a dick. Like whatever. Don't fucking complain. And it's but the last scene in that movie is literally the sun eating the earth. It's
I thought it
literally
was it the sun or was it? I know it was,
No, it was
I
the
thought it was
sun.
a nuclear explosion.
It was a solar flare coming off of the sun, and they knew, and the aliens predicted that the solar flare was going to come, and they tried to send signs, and they like rescued children and all that, and they brought them back to their planet and whatever. But like the sun ate the earth at the end of that movie, and it's
I
just
don't
like,
remember the
okay.
alien part of that. I'm after what? It's Nicolas Cage, right?
Well, Nicolas Cage was the guy that uncovered the code because
He's the one who knew. Yeah.
his son got like the code in a time capsule in school. So it was like a
Yeah,
little
yeah.
girl like 50 years ago wrote this code down, and everyone thought the girl was insane. And she
Yeah.
put the code in the time capsule, and then they took it out of the time capsule, and it got to Nicolas Cage's son, and then Nicolas Cage became obsessed with it and started decoding it and realized that it was basically a list of tragedies that were going to happen
Yeah.
around the world with like more death and destruction, and then at the end everyone dies.
Yeah. No happy ending.
It's a feel good. It's no happy ending. There's a feel good movie.
Just a feel-good movie.
There's no happy ending to that
I
movie.
remember the last scene of that where he just is holding his family and
Yeah.
letting the flare. And I remember when I saw it, I just like bawled my eyes out because I immediately
Yeah.
imagined in my mom's living room just holding my parents. At the time, I don't know if my husband and I were together. How old is that movie? 2000 what? It's old.
It's older.
Yeah, 'cause we've been together 13 years. So it's so I was, just imagining doing that, anticipating just holding my parents and letting everything burn. Like, oof.
I had a really vivid dream one time of like being in bed with Victor and just laying on top with my arm on top of him as like the fire consumed us. I was like, from that movie, I was like, man.
Wow. I've had a lot of apocalyptic visions, but I don't know if they mean apocalypse or if they're just like wake up warnings, like I have to show you something really crazy to get your attention kind of stuff, I don't know.
Well, let's hope it's just to get your attention. Let's hope.
Sure.
For that time frame, it is representative of the idea of having slightly more negative energy on your Earth in totality. But after that threshold, after that crossing and the tipping of the scales, it is representative of finally having slightly more positive energy on your planet than negative. And that energy can snowball, as you say, and accelerate, and you can build on it. But you must match that frequency. You must catch up to that wave. You must ride that wave across the threshold in order for it to be most efficiently effective for you.
Okay, go ahead.
I got it. Chris just brought up my favorite Star Trek episode ever. No, it was not that episode. It was a different one. But that fucking episode. Now that one that's the one I should have been thinking of, because that's the one, I don't care who the hell you are. If you do not cry by the end of that episode, you have no soul.
Oh man.
That episode was hard. Like he gets a download from a probe and he lives the life of one of the people on the planet that is going to, it might have been a supernova or something. I think it was something like that. And it is, and in one of the things he gets, like when he's doing the download, is in this life, he's actually playing this little pipe, this little flute, and they find the flute on the probe. And so when he comes out of this whole lifetime, because Picard never had kids or anything, or was married, he had a family, and actually his real life son played his son in that episode. So like he had this whole family and a wife and everything, and he just knew it was all going to disappear. And when he gets that, I'm gonna cry just talking about it. Like he gets the pipe, he finds the pipe on the probe, and he just sits there and starts playing this haunting melody. I'm like, God, so things can live on. They can. I do think that probably artificial intelligence is going to be the only thing that can survive once the universe gets too old and doesn't survive anymore. That's honestly the only thing that can.
It's true. I agree. Neurodiversity says there's a Doctor Who episode about that they had a party and watched from a distance as the Earth ate the sun.
Or the restaurant at the end of the universe from Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. When he's like, oh, there goes Andromeda 7 or whatever. And it's like,
There it goes.
Hilarious.
All right, Jennifer, I have to rent a little socialist room. I'll be right back. I'm gonna let the video play, all right? And if you have anything to say, we can pause it when I get back.
Sure.
I'll be quick.
You be quick.
In your lives. So allow yourselves to let go, be willing to open up to the idea of reflection as a joyful experience, as a creative challenge, as part of your path rather than an obstacle in it. There is no such thing as an impediment or an obstacle if you don't define it that way. So allow yourself the opportunity to relax, to begin to relax your definitions, to apply new definitions that are more representative of what you prefer your reality experience to be. Because when you do that, you are thus then taking full control of your self-empowerment in the fashion you were created by creation to be, and thus then giving meaning to the things in your life, which is what you were designed to do. For in that sense, without you, life has no meaning. You are designed to give life meaning. That is your gift. And thus then by giving it the meaning that is more in harmony with who it is you prefer to be, you will have the reflections that follow suit. But again, remember, it does not matter that the outside world appears to change. It only matters that you change your relationship to the outside reflection. That is true change. Don't look for the idea of validation in the idea of change by looking in the reflection. Feel the experience of validation within you by simply knowing that no matter what happens and no matter how it looks, it must serve you in a positive way. And when you relate to reality and everything that happens in it, no matter how it looks, from that particular perspective, then you will be truly using the gateway power. You will open up that gateway conduit and ride that wave through that experience, passing that experience through.
Okay, I feel like I heard some of that as I was getting back in my chair, but was he talking about like everything that happens serves you in a positive way?
Yeah, and that you are the one that gives life meaning. Life has no meaning unless you give it meaning. Mm-hmm. I find that profound, and it reminded me of when I had a pet rock when I was a kid. It's like, it's just a rock, it's a river stone. But the fact that I drew eyeballs on it and I made it have meaning is exactly what that reminded me of. You can take something that mundane and make it special. Just like I just made myself even more special.
Yeah, because you're wearing a crown now.
I got my tiara. Yeah, I felt bad because I wanted to find. I have these like Christmas light headbands somewhere, but I think they're packed with my Christmas stuff. Yeah, but I think so. I'm like, I don't feel like going and looking for that and digging it out. So I have this though. So I feel now it's New Year's sparkle. It's my birthday tiara actually, but it's New Year's sparkly. So
there you go. I do like the idea of like when things happen like that you maybe don't appreciate, like reminding yourself everything's working out in your best possible good, and you're like because it's like it always does, honestly, even when the shit is hitting the fan and it sucks and you're like, why the fuck, what the fuck, God, like why the fuck is this happening? In the long run, it really does always work out in your best, in your highest good. I find
or you are a part of someone else's higher good.
Yeah.
And that
which works out for you as well.
Yeah, like paths can convene because both of you need whatever both of you can give.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
Yourself in such a manner as to cause resonant harmonics to build up within your personality structure and reveal to you all the things you need to know to integrate these energies as they come up to your attention. It is all about resonance. 1111 is like parallel tuning forks, vibrating in harmonic resonance, amplifying back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, building up, building up, building up, building up, powerful, 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 exponentially. Thus then, by amplifying yourself in this way, like two antennas resonating back and forth with one another, like two tuning forks resonating back and forth and amping each other up, you will allow yourself to feel the ease with which you can move through life as life moves through you.
Yeah, I'm going to the little
Do you all
room.
understand?
All right.
All right. Now, we will, as we said, be sharing a couple of new tools with you this day of your time in this transmission. We will offer you one experience, one version of this tool now, and we will offer you one a little bit later on in this transmission, in harmony and in sync with some light and sound vibrations. But first, allow yourselves to simply become very comfortable, relax, and open up the conduit of your imagination, which is the communication conduit to your higher mind. And in relaxing, allow yourself to image what we are about to say in your mind's eye.
All right, everyone do this.
Now, imagine that you have a mirror. It can be large, small, separate from a wall. It doesn't matter what it is, as long as you have the ability to look into this mirror, as long as the mirror has some kind of an edge. And imagine, thus then, that you are writing the number 11 on a piece of paper or any other medium that you wish, and you are thus placing this 11 in front of the mirror in such a manner that you can see both the one you've written on the paper and its reflection in the mirror, so that the paper and the reflection together show 1111. Thus then, once you have done that, allow yourself thus then to focus on this 1111, part in your reality, part in the mirror's reality. And allow yourself to feel vibrations, whatever the idea of the number of 11, whatever resonance you find works for you in your imagination, imbue and infuse the idea of the 11 on the paper with that frequency, and allow yourself to also imagine that the reflection in the mirror is also vibrating at that frequency. As you imagine that the vibratory frequency passes from the paper into the reflection in the mirror, you can also begin to imagine that the mirror itself is starting to vibrate at that frequency. And as you begin to imagine that the mirror itself is vibrating at that frequency, you can recognize that all it's doing is reflecting to you the frequency that is going on in your reality outside the mirror.
Hey, Carlin.
So you have created a kind of
Jetafire.
What does 11 mean for you?
I just always associate it with angels, honestly.
Oh,
That's what I always yeah.
I was
What does it mean to
thinking
you?
balance, symmetry.
Yeah.
Because I'm struggling with balance right now. My work-life balance is lopsided.
I hear that, yeah.
Mhm.
But that's different for everyone. Like what, like, you know, I mean, balance for you is different than balance for me, you know?
Oh, sure. Well, yeah, just don't lose your mind and stay healthy and make money and just all the things, all the hats.
Well, I mean, like you've been writing a lot lately, though, right? And so
Yeah.
it's like, you know, I mean, like this is a passion for yours. It's something you get drawn into. And so, are you really out of balance, or are you in tune with what you should be doing?
Well, I'm out of balance when like my house blows up and the laundry's piling up. I haven't done my workout, and
you don't even want to know the last time I did laundry, girl. You don't even want to know. Like, or the last, I haven't been to the gym in so I've been thinking about this. I'm like, you actually need to go back to the gym. This is actually becoming a problem. Like, you need to go back and lift some weights or do some treadmill or something. Yeah. Like, this is a little ridiculous. But
I've been doing yoga, but I have my rowing machine that I really, really love, and carving out time for that sometimes I just forget because I'm
struggle is real.
Caught up. Yeah, I'm caught up in all my writing and editing, and then before I know it, it's 9 o'clock at night. My husband's home asking where dinner is, and I'm like, everything's frozen. I forgot to take something out.
Yeah.
Sorry.
But at the same time, you're producing a lot of writing.
Yep. Someday I'll get paid for it too. Yay!
Someday you'll get paid for it. We're gonna make a wrestle. We're gonna manifest that shit this year, Jetafire.
Yes!
We are getting paid for our fucking writing this year, girl.
Yes, I'll drink.
That's what we're doing.
vibratory feedback loop. The vibration in your reality, the vibration of the 11 on the paper, transferring to the reflection of the paper in the mirror, transferring to the mirror, which reflects back to you the same vibration. Round and round and round and round in a kind of a circular way. Just allow yourself to sit with this vibration, to sit in this vibration for a moment in your imagination and just feel it coursing through you. A nice, gentle, vibratory hum.
Vibratory hum.
Now, I am going to ask you to think about this mirror, to view this mirror in a different way than you normally view the idea of a mirror. We have talked about the idea of parallel realities. I am asking you now to do the following thing in your imagination. Imagine, if you are willing, to see the mirror not as a reflective service of your reality, but see it as a window into an actual, real, parallel reality that exists at the same time as yours, in which there is an identical version of you doing exactly the same things you're doing at the same time.
That's a mind fuck.
Oh, I love it.
Look through it like a clear piece of glass. That is not your reflection. It's another version of you in another reality looking back at you, doing exactly the same things at the same time, because these are parallel realities. Start to let this idea sink in that you're actually looking through a window, through a gateway, through an opening into an actual parallel reality with another version of you that just happens to be doing exactly the same things you are doing simultaneously. So if you touch your nose, so will that version of you in that reality. But it's not a reflection. They're just doing the same things at the same time and looking at you
so weird.
As if you are their reflection in their mirror. But as you begin to allow this concept that you're looking through a window instead of into a mirror to sink in, you can begin doing different things to watch the other you in the other reality that is a true autonomous being in its own reality, his or her reality. You can begin to do different things, touch your nose, touch your ear, touch your eye, make different faces, make different signs and symbols, and watch that version of you also doing the same things at the same time, because they, from their point of view, are doing those things in their mind first. And just watching you as the parallel reality to them, mimicking the same things at the same time, because you are their parallel reality. You are their reflection. Allow this idea to become more and more concrete, more real. Truly, truly, that is another person. Truly, truly, they just happen to be doing exactly what you're doing at the same time. Now, as you continue to do this, and as you continue to watch your parallel reality counterpart apparently choosing to do the same things at the same time that you are choosing to do them, now let your imagination create just one small, subtle, surprising difference. Maybe you touch your nose and maybe they touch their eye. Something is just slightly different than it was before. And you catch it. You catch the difference. And you stop. And you feel the...
What was that?
You know what that reminds me of? Those old, like, Groucho Marx movies where, and they did this bit a lot in Slapstick, where there's a doorway and they kind of dress like the other person, and then they'd walk past each other, and then they start testing to see if it's really a reflection. And then one of them does one thing, the other guy does the wrong thing, and they're like, whoa, and then they start chasing each other. That's what that reminds me of.
True. Good analogy.
Shockwave go through you that this is truly a different reality, that the reflection is no longer identical. Similar, but not the same. And now you begin to amplify the idea that this is truly another person in another reality looking at you with what appears to be the same face, but it isn't yours, it's theirs.
That's creepy.
It is creepy.
As you begin to experience more and more and more of the idea that they're doing things slightly differently than you, those differences can become more magnified. The lines, the parallel lines, in a sense, can begin to widen and diverge. So that even as you are watching, you are shifting from parallel reality to parallel reality to parallel reality, seeing different parallel realities through that glass, through that window, and seeing the subtle differences and then the greater differences that are happening in that world from yours. And you can even see the look of astonishment and surprise on the face of your parallel counterparts as they recognize that you are no longer their reflection, but a true being in another reality doing something that is similar but different from what they are doing. And you can begin to truly relate to one another as different aspects of the same soul, but in different realities, experiencing things somewhat simultaneously, somewhat similarly, but not the same. Thus, then, as you create more and more differences, you can begin to realize that what you can do is send the vibratory energy of the 1111 gate into this scenario so that you are one of the ones in the 11 and he and she is one of the ones so that you each become the 11. One of the ones in the 11. You become each a tuning fork, each a parallel line to each other, and you resonate.
This is like next level kind of like
This is stoner talk.
visualization.
Imagine if, like, you look at a mirror and it's you, man, but then it's not you. When you're the reflection and they're real, and then you realize you're two different things, man. Like, that's so
Well, I do like I kind of like the idea of like being able to visualize that you exist in different parallel realities and that you can move between those realities, because you have to have some understanding that those realities are real and different, right? To be able to like move between them, maybe. Am I making
well, they're
that
not
up?
the same thing, or they wouldn't be parallel.
Right. That's
That
what I'm
would just be
saying.
one
It's like-
line, yeah.
But like being able to recognize like parallel realities exist and you can move between those and if they exist you can move between those realities. That can be, I can understand, but it is weird. It is a weird concept. I understand that.
It bothers me because then it's like, how many different of my husbands have I been with?
I've actually thought about that. I
No!
have. I
That is
absolutely
so
have.
spooky.
Yep. It's like well, yeah, I mean,
How
I
many
think
other
that-
me's have slept with my husband? I'm not okay with
Yeah.
this. I don't like
but they're
it.
all you.
Are they though?
Well,
Are they?
well then they aren't really him either.
Oh no.
They're different.
This is why I don't like this parallel reality. Like, I get some of it energetically, but it gets to a point where I'm like, oh, I just nope.
All right, 6 more minutes left of this one.
Alrighty.
To each other in such a manner that as you send these waves back and forth through the window, back and forth to each other, you build up this energy in such a fashion that you can each start to imagine the reality you wish to see, you desire to see, you prefer to see yourself in that reality, in that parallel world. Build up this image, change this image, visualize this image of that parallel reality shifting to the ideal reality you prefer. See all the things happening in that reality through that window that are representative of the reality you prefer to experience, and seeing yourself in that reality through the auspices of this identical partner you have now created in this simultaneously coexisting parallel version of yourself in that reality, who is seeing the same things in you, seeing the realities they prefer. And as you allow yourself to allow the reality on the other side of the glass to become exactly representative, precisely representative of that reality you prefer to experience, and knowing that at the same time they are doing the same thing for themselves, feel the vibration of the 1111 gateway amplifying, connecting you, locking you together. Feel it magnify and amplify to a great degree the energy of excitement, the energy, the thrill of seeing that reality being lived, knowing it is real. And feel the vibrations for that reality and your reality now approaching the glass, approaching the glass, approaching the glass, until the glass vibrates and resonates. And then the vibrations from one reality to another cross. And you are hit with the frequency of that reality, and that version of you is hit with the frequency of their ideal reality on your side of the glass. And you exchange instantaneously those vibrations, those realities. Let them sink in. And as the vibrations once again settle down, harmonize, you go back to the idea of seeing the glass as a mirror, seeing it be a reflection, an actual reflection that is now a reflection of the ideal reality with you in it.
Oh.
It is truly your reflection.
Now you're seeing the difference between the ideal reality and your current reality, so you can better visualize yourself in that new ideal reality.
I can do this for like manifestation. That I got. I'm like, oh, that's a great idea. I love this idea.
Yeah.
I'm not going to literally think it's actually two realities crossing because I don't want to, but I like the idea for visualization. That's really cool.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Your reality, your vibration, harmonized, synchronized, locked as one parallel reality stream. Even as you know that your counterpart is now experiencing exactly the same thing on their side for their ideal reality vibration. And you have assisted each other, worked with a parallel reality counterpart to assist each other in strengthening, amplifying, magnifying, and locking in the vibration of the reality you prefer and doing the same for them. And let that vibration now be your vibration. Let it become familiar as your vibration. Let the reflection be your reality. Let it be a reflection of the true you. And look back down at the 11 reflection and the paper 11. And know that anytime you wish, as you pick up the paper with the 11 on it, and see yourself holding that 11 in the reflection of the mirror that reflects your new reality, anytime you wish, you can avail yourself of this permission slip, this tool, this exchange. Anytime you wish to fine-tune, refine any idea of better harmonization with that reality of your preference, you can always, once again, use that as the phone number of the parallel reality of your counterpart. Place it next to the mirror so you can see the 1111 in the reflection, and dial the number up once again, and know unerringly that your counterpart will always be there on the other side of the glass, on the other side of the window, because they're doing exactly the same thing at the same time, because they're there to help you as you are there to help them. And this is one way to allow yourself truly to experience the idea of cross-connecting energies between parallel reality selves to aid and assist each other in really truly becoming more and more of who you wish to be, who you prefer to be. This is one way to truly amplify, magnify, and lock in a relationship with yourself, a relationship of reflection, a relationship of willingness to be more and more of who you are by being of service to other counterparts and allowing them to become more and more of who they are at the same time. Take a deep breath in and lock this 11 energy within yourselves. It is yours to use. You are, in that sense, constantly shifting from parallel reality to parallel reality. You are parallel reality beings. That is your nature. You don't have to learn how to do it. You do it automatically. You just need to learn to guide it in the direction of your preferential vibration.
Vibration.
It's as simple as that. Now,
Love it.
as we say later on in this transmission, we will use another variation of this particular permission slip exercise and create a slightly different kind of relationship. But we will surprise you with that later.
Oh. Thank you,
In
Bashar.
return for the gift that you are giving us in resonating with us in this gateway, this day of your time, we will thus then ask, in what way may we now be of service to you from our parallel reality to yours?
All right, that's the end of that. I thought that was a really good video, Jennifer. What'd you think?
That was great. Yeah, I am very entertained.
Indeed. Well, I did find for our, and this is actually probably going to take us right up till midnight, honestly, if not even a little longer.
Eastern time.
Eastern
I'm 2 hours
time.
behind you,
Eastern
so yeah.
time.
Oh wait, I got Arcturian stuff.
Oh yeah, you got Arcturian stuff?
I do.
Tell us about the Arcturians.
I do, but I also have to tell you, because Bot asked if I drew the new penis for the new alien story that I
Did
wrote. I
you?
have not. No,
Okay.
I don't need to this time. It's not anyway. But one of my co-authors.
You need to put a sketch on the back of the book. What are you talking about? That'll sell
Put a
so many
sketch on the
copies.
back of the book.
Why
I can't
not?
sell on Amazon if it has a dick on it.
It's just a draw. It's not real.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Our book cover for Twisted Shifters was just hands holding a sheet, and it got denied for advertising because it was too suggestive.
Really?
Mhm.
That's crazy.
Yeah, we can still show the cover, but they won't let us advertise because it's a woman holding a sheet in a bed, so it's too suggestive. So one of my other author sisters who I interact with on my Discord, my writing Discord, is getting her. She just did an alien story too. Her alien penis is 3D printed, and she just sent a picture, and I'm like, oh god.
Do you want to share it with us?
I don't know if I do. I'm not. It's kind of a kitchen sink dick. It's got a little bit of everything. She just wants to have it as like.
I think you need to show us the picture, Jennifer. Just show us the picture. Show it. What the fuck? I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. I don't like it.
That's the imaging for the printer. Sorry, my phone is. I know it says not optimal for the camera.
I think we get the basic mise en scène. We have talked about alien dicks an unexpected amount on this show, I have to say. Like, we've had at least 4 or 5 episodes where there has been a genuine discussion about alien dick. And drawings and 3D renderings and actual fucking dildos. I just didn't expect that when we started on this journey, Jennifer. I have to say, it's a nice surprise. We've only been doing the show together for like 4 months. I never got to talk about alien dick this much in my life.
That's what you get for having a romantic erotica writer.
Yo.
Yes, but there are tentacles. Yeah, she actually did also like an AI rendering of what the whole. It's supposed to be a purple, not green. That's just like the 3D render. So she's having them 3D printed in purple because the alien is like red and purple, and he has tentacles. He's got everything going on. And when I saw her image of it, I was like, oh damn, it's like scary. To me, he's hot, but he's like scary. Anyway, it's gonna be great. I'm sure it's gonna be great. She's a lovely writer, so I think it's gonna be a lot of fun. But I just saw that, I was like, see, I told you mine was mild.
Yours is much better than this like fucking tentacle. Like,
I don't know if people are into that. Hentai is a big thing, you know?
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
weird,
for
is what
some,
it is.
sure, but don't yuck someone else's yum and all of that. And
Don't
I think it's
yuck
be great.
someone else's yum. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. I won't. But it's weird. It's fucking weird.
It's weird. Bless them. Oh my god. Yeah, I do, you know, I may actually have to draw mine just because I think it's really pretty, what I see in my head. So
Obviously,
anyway,
you have to draw the dick.
fine. Okay.
I did find for us a 2025 prediction. This is like an hour long, so this is a long ass fucking video. So this might do us for the rest of the night, but it'll be okay.
Do you want to hear the Arcturian information before we get back into the next one?
Tell us about the Arcturians. Yes.
Okay, Arcturians are highly advanced extraterrestrial civilization originating from the Arcturus star system, believed to be benevolent and eager to share their wisdom and knowledge with Earth's inhabitants.
Oh.
Arcturians are often described as multidimensional, spiritually evolved beings with a deep understanding of the universe and its workings. They are considered to be compassionate and loving, dedicated to helping humanity evolve and ascend spiritually. Arcturians are believed to play a crucial role in Earth's evolution, assisting in healing the planet and raising its vibrational frequency.
Vibration.
They are said to facilitate emotional, mental, physical, and spiritual transformation, guiding individuals towards higher consciousness. Arcturians are also believed to communicate with humans through various methods, including telepathy, dreams, and channeled messages. Some believe that Arcturians have incarnated on Earth to guide and assist humanity's development, while others suggest they intervene in Earth's affairs to help humanity overcome challenges. Now, I have heard about this, of other alien species souls being born here. We can do it over there. They can do it here. And there's actually techniques and ways you can find out if you have an alien soul or if you are a traditional Earth soul. So you can find that kind of stuff out. So let's see. Arcturian teachings emphasize the importance of healing, both personal and planetary level. Concept of ascending higher to dimensions of consciousness, or to higher dimensions of consciousness. They believe to promote spiritual growth, development for practices like meditation, energy healing, and connecting with one's higher self. Let's see. Let's see. They encompass connections to other star systems like Sirius, Andromeda, Orion, Pleiades, Lyra, and Antares. I think I always say Lyra. I don't know if that's right or not, but that's how I've always said it. Suggesting the existence of similar advanced civilizations. And there's a picture too. And and I've seen these guys. I'm like, oh yeah, I know these guys. Okay, so I don't know if you want to like Google image Arcturians, but they're blue and they have really big black almond-shaped eyes, and they're really sweet, kind faces and big heads.
I'm kind of afraid.
Oh, they're lovely. They have a beautiful essence to them. Because ARCTURIANS.
Okay.
Because I don't think I can share my screen, so you'll have to do it.
Oh, they're okay. All right. I can get behind this. Hang on.
Yeah, there they are.
Yep. Nice alien. That's what Bashar looks like.
They're very sweet. Well, I like the one that you've got from on the top, second from the left, the light blue, and that's kind of what I think of when I hear Bashar talking. That's kind of who I picture as that guy.
I like this one. I like this one the best.
He's cool too. Yeah. And it could be different shades of blue. I mean, I don't know if people have seen them. I know Pleiadians, I think, are supposed to be bluish as well. So yeah, they're very lovely.
That's who we're hearing from right now. The Arcturians.
Arcturians, yes.
Cool. All right. Well, we do have a nice long video that'll take us right up to midnight Eastern time. So if you're spending your New Year's Eve with us, welcome. I'm about to finish
off. Anything really interesting to do.
This is interesting. We're listening to an alien, Jennifer. Like people in Times Square aren't getting this. They're just out. They're out in the fucking cold.
And they're not getting alien dick conversations. I mean, this really is where it's at right here.
And we'll watch the ball drop at midnight. I'll pull up the feed from Times Square. We can have our celebration. And I gotta tell you, I have a bottle of champagne sitting on the floor. I'm about to finish my mead. Cheers to you, Jennifer. Cheers to everyone in the chat. We're gonna continue with our alien advice column as it is. And this was uploaded about 2 months ago. And this says, no going back, Bashar's predictions and critical galactic events coming in 2025.
I am so excited that you found this.
Yep. So let's see what Bashar says that we have in store for us. Come on, sound. Turn on. Turn on sound. What the fuck? Don't give me an ad. Don't do it. Don't do it. Oh!
Oh no.
Why is he giving me an ad and it's being slow?
Yeah, YouTube is starting to be sucky especially with ad blockers.
No. Yeah. Why did it skip ahead? Go back. Oh my fucking God. Oh my fucking God. I need a new computer. I'm going to throw this computer at the wall. It's really my fault. I have too many things open on the desktop is what's actually happening right now.
But, oh, I see.
All right. We're getting an ad for Paradise Lost, apparently. 2 fucking minutes long.
I do want to see. I need to see. I don't know much about it, but I'm interested. I would love to. It's a book, I know, but hasn't there been a movie?
I think so. Let's watch the ad, I guess.
I saw the best movie ever.
Yeah.
The other day.
What did you see? Oh shit! Did I just skip forward? Fuck, I did. Fuck. Tell us about the movie as I go back and get another fucking ad.
If you haven't seen, it's called RRR.
That it is more conducive.
Got him. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, it's called RRR. It is an Indian film, and it is based on 2 real Indian historical characters that never met in real life. They weren't even in the same time period. But the writer went, what if they met and they were like 2 superheroes, like like I don't know, like Ant-Man and fucking Captain America met, or whatever, Thor and Captain America met. On Ant-Man's not. Anyway, so they had this adventure, and they were on the opposite side of politics, and it's about took place in 1920, about the British occupation of India, and it was the most beautiful display, 3 hours long, of gorgeous masculinity I have ever seen in my life. It had new battles, new ways of fighting. This one guy beat another man with a motorcycle. It is so cool. The visual effects, the CGI, I was immensely entertained. The beginning introductions for the characters, one of them is like a jungle guy. He's kind of like a Tarzan, and all he has is a loincloth, and he's gorgeous. And he's literally wrestling a tiger with his bare hands.
Oh,
and
man.
it's just so gorgeous. And it's just about these two men who become really close friends. It's that brotherly love. Is that agape? I'm trying to remember that brotherly love. And when they realize that they're working on different agendas, it breaks them. And I cried. One of the characters was crying. I was crying. It was beautiful. And then they figure out how to like fix things and work together. And oh my God, I can't even tell you. RRR. It's on Netflix. Go watch it right now. It is so good. You will not regret it. It is there's a little romance story that they don't really do much with, but it's just like a man's movie. And I was so happy to see real masculinity on the fucking screen. It made me
so happy.
I'm
gonna have to watch that now.
I think you'll
Gosh.
probably like it. Oh, it's so good.
All right. Well, it looks like we can now watch Bashar. So let's get this party started.
To open contact now, and that will actually
Open contact. He's saying open. That means aliens. Aliens.
Yeah.
Aliens.
Yeah.
happen, and we will start being introduced to extraterrestrials, and disclosure will really start unfolding about the existence of extraterrestrials and UFOs.
Finally.
I think within the next passion and excitement, creativity, love, curiosity, these are all the physical translations of communications from our soul, our higher mind, to our physical mind. In other words, the soul communicates in the form of energy. It communicates in light, in frequencies of energy. Our physical minds and physical bodies translate that message as the sensation we call passion, excitement, creativity, love. And one of the things we're going to get as a gift from the ETs when open contact occurs is
and this is just
holographic
him.
recordings.
He's not channeling right now.
Yeah. This is exciting. Good idea, Jennifer.
Who's this dude?
I don't know. This is a show, apparently.
Daryl Anka, welcome on Just Tap
Kind of looks
In.
like an Arcturian, doesn't
What are
he?
you most
A little
excited
bit, he
about
does.
right
Blue, he
now
would be-
in your life?
Hi. Well, thank you, first of all, for having me here. I appreciate it. And right now, my passion is the creation of escape room adventures. I don't know how many of your listeners know what
Really?
escape rooms are, but they're basically
Wow.
a form of entertainment where you create an environment
You ever
that
done one? They're
simulates
fun.
a certain
I've never
reality.
done one. I think they're
They're-
kind of cheesy.
Like you could
No,
be
they're
in
really
ancient
fun.
Egypt,
Oh,
you
man.
could be on the moon in the future, you could be on a pirate ship, whatever the adventure is. The rooms are designed to simulate that.
Isn't that funny that that's what he's doing? Like, just as a guy, he's like creating these fantastical environments.
Yeah, that is really cool. Well, and also, I mean, escapism for one thing, but also you think you're smart, and then you hit an escape room, and they have a dozen puzzles in them that you have to solve before you even get to the next room, because you have to. The one we did was like a series of different rooms that you have to unlock, and it was so cool. And it was, I mean, you really have to pay attention, your skills of observation.
Oh,
it is
man.
fun.
See, I haven't done one because I'm afraid they're gonna make me feel stupid.
No.
Honestly, like I'm afraid I'm gonna go in there and be like, I don't know what the fuck is going on.
They'll give you, well, no, because they don't make it so hard that you can't find a clue.
Yeah.
And especially if you're there with other people, everyone's looking at different things, and you help each other solve the puzzle. And the guy that was running the one that we did he had a speaker, so if we needed help, he would give us a hint.
Oh man.
And that was
Okay.
really helpful. Like he's like, you get 3 hints, there's 5 rooms, good luck.
Fair
It was really
enough.
fun. It was really fun.
Environment and you go in with a group of friends and family, and you look for clues and you try to solve puzzles and get through the adventure within a certain amount of time, like an hour. So it's good for team building, it's good for communication, it's great for problem solving and bringing those skills and different perspectives to your daily life as well. So very excited about the escape room we have. That's been open for about just over a year, and we're now opening our second adventure October 2nd. So we're going to continue to make more and more adventures. So very excited about doing that.
Beautiful. So let me ask you, now that you opened up with the escape rooms, are we in some sort of escape room in this physical reality? And if so, what is the adventure that we're on
Good
right
question.
now as a
Well,
collective?
it's a simulation, but it's our simulation. It's not coming from anywhere else. We're the ones that are co-creating it by consensus, by agreement. The adventure is up to each and every one of us in terms of what our soul path is about, what we wanted to learn when we decided to experience an incarnation. So each person has their own adventure. Of course, we're sharing things with other people as well, and by agreement. We work all that out before we incarnate to a great degree, although we still have free will in terms of how we approach it. But each of us is on our own adventure, on our own path.
Jennifer, I remember that time I got canceled off the internet for saying that exact same thing.
That we're oh yeah, I do
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
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 Maybe you said it a little differently though.
I may have been trolling, but I was still right.
Not you. I am correctly trolling with a not incorrect point.
If you're not smart enough to understand my point, it's really your own damn fucking fault. I found out a couple weeks ago that there had been a UFO crash in my town 40 minutes away from me in the 70s.
Oh, wow.
Fascinating.
I wonder what town. I may know of that crash. It depends.
Man. And Mac B is live from a bar right now. They got a live band performing. Mac B, what are you doing on the internet, Mac B? Go enjoy the music. What are you doing?
Go find love.
I gotta say, Mac B's movie last night was pretty good about a guy going to a gulag. That was like an intense movie, man.
I was so mad I missed it because I actually literally was checking the time, and then I'm editing, and I looked at the clock again. It was an hour later, and I'm like, "Fuck, I missed it." Yeah,
that was a good movie. You should definitely check. It was very intense to see someone in a gulag, even if it's in a movie form. Yeah.
I'll have to see if I can find it. Right on.
So yeah, we have clues to find, we have puzzles to solve, challenges to transform. That's what helps us grow as a spirit.
And Daryl, for the past 40 years, you've been channeling an entity called Bashar, an ET hybrid.
Bashar.
And I was doing some research about what the meaning of Bashar was in Arabic, and you said that your lineage is half Arabic, and it's the bringer of good news to human beings.
Ooh,
and so you've been doing this work, a plethora of good news, some neutral news, some maybe not so good news, but I would love to ask you, because one of the main laws that Bashar is teaching is to act on your highest passion. And you've said before that when you act on your highest passion, there's an increase in positive synchronicities in your life.
Yeah.
Just to get a little bit more personal with you, I'd love to ask, what's the latest, most positive synchronicities that have been going on in your life?
Well, again, a lot of it has to do with connections that are made, things that happen in certain timing when they need to happen. It's more about understanding that everything is an orchestration. And when you're more conscious of that, you get to experience things as an orchestration, understanding there are no accidents. So people coming into your lives, people connecting with you, things that you find out when you need to find out. I mean, one of the biggest synchronicities I always have that is partly guided probably by my spirit guides is anytime I need a certain kind of information to progress in the things that I'm passionate about, I will always get a hit to go to the bookstore. And when I get that hit, I will always find the next thing I need to read.
It is good.
It has just come out.
And it's cheap and
it's never been there before. So I have a great synchronicity that happens all the time with finding books and the information that I need to be able to progress to the next step in the things that interest me, in the things that I'm excited and passionate about. And that works in every level of my life. It's worked in when I've made films, it's worked with the escape room, it's worked in everything I've ever done, ever
I really
since
worked
I've
on
applied
film.
Bashar's principles to my own life. And I get the feedback
Yeah,
from
I
other
didn't know that either. I mean, it's like one of those things where when you allow yourself to find synchronicities, you do.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It's about being open to them and about being open to like these different types of connections that you never even knew was there.
Yeah, well, and they can guide you when you're sitting there going, I don't know what to do with myself. I need to do something else. I need to reinvent, but I'm not sure which direction to go. And all of a sudden you meet someone and they're telling you, like, they give you that light bulb moment.
Yeah.
Because you're open to the idea. And I think when people get stuck, they just feel they're so stuck being stuck that they're not open even to the suggestions from the universe.
And I
Did
think
you
that's true.
pop that cork with your bare hand and
You
not
know what? It
speak?
actually almost came out on its own as soon as I took the thing off, and that was actually kind of freaky. But I got it at the last minute, and I just
Nice.
guided it out.
Carlin Borisenko popping corks with her bare fucking hands.
Yeah, I guess so. But like, you know, I mean, it is crazy though, and I know there's so many times when like, you know, I felt like, you know, I had the best options in front of me right then, but none of them really felt really right, and it wasn't working out the way I want to, and there was always like, you know, Joshua used to always tell me like, you know, Carlin, there is someone better out there for you. You just need to be open to it. And I'd be like, no, fuck you. This is I would be resistant of it.
Yeah.
But it's like people always do come along. Is the thing. It's like it is amazing just like when you just like allow yourself to be open to it, the people that come into your life.
And there's always another bus. I get that from, what was it, Romancing the Stone, when the bus breaks down at the very beginning and the guy goes to the main character and he says, another bus will come along. And I always say that when I feel like I just got let off at the wrong place. Like, okay, there's going to be another bus. It's fine. Just wait for it.
It's all good.
Ked Kaczynski says that he did visual effects on Iron Man and The Day After Tomorrow.
Really?
Fucking
really,
seriously?
Ked Kaczynski?
That is so cool.
I like The Day After Tomorrow. I thought that was a good movie. I know it was a little bit social justice-y. I understand they all ended up in the third world country, but I thought it was a quality movie, honestly.
I love disaster movies. I don't even care. I will watch any disaster movie. I think they're great. And I thought that one was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
other people too, as to when they apply the formula that Bashar shares with everyone, the instruction manual for how things work. They come back to me quite often and say, hey, when I finally applied this precisely as he suggested, everything changed, everything is better, everything is more positive, and synchronicity is really increasing in my life in a positive way. So everything is an orchestration. Synchronicity is space-time's linear way of showing us that everything is connected. And when we raise our vibration and look from a different perspective, then we get to experience that in a more aware way, in a more conscious way.
I get that with books as well, but mostly I get it with podcast guests. Like, for example, I was seeing 10 everywhere, like a week before you reached out again and you said, hey, I could do on the 10th at 10. And I was like, okay, there it is. There it is.
Right.
That was why I was seeing 10 everywhere.
And right now here it is actually 10:10 a.m.
No.
And 10:10 is my birth number. I was born at 10:10 p.m.
Wow.
Oh, there's something going on there. Something going on there.
Do you have a special number, Carlin?
Bashar, as you said, he's a first contact.
Do I have a special number?
Yeah. I have a special number.
I don't know if I have well, I guess 12, I guess, would be a special number. I was born on April 12th. I don't know. Like, I like even numbers quite a bit. Like, I actually have like an aversion to odd numbers. I do not like them for some reason.
I like even. I like things that are symmetrical. So it makes sense to me. Yeah, mine is, well, my birthday, 1/12. Because we're exactly, you're like four months, same day, but
yep.
I see 1/12 several times a day.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it's really cool. And I feel like on the microwave, on the radio, on any clock, or on just anywhere there's a digital number, I see 1/12 constantly. And it always, I go, okay, I'm in the right zone. Thank you. And if I look at it, says like 111 or 113, I know I just missed it.
Bot likes odd numbers.
Of course
apparently.
you do, Bot.
Like, Bot also has these the new glasses on for New Year's.
Oh, how cute is that?
I love how Bot always has a new robot icon. It's like,
how she does it.
I mean, come on, man.
It's very cute.
Specialist, meaning that
Right.
he helps civilizations prepare for that first contact with
Right.
intergalactic species.
Right.
Right now, they're helping us avoid the path of destruction that maybe his civilization in another parallel reality went through initially.
No, not his
So
civilization, a different civilization.
a different civilization.
Yeah.
And he's giving us some information to prevent that from happening. What do you think are the key things that we need to know in order to not go down that path of destruction and into more of like a golden age or new
Well,
earth that we've been
Yeah,
calling?
obviously, we need to let go of fear. We need to let go of negative belief systems. We need to stop having so much divisiveness. We need to really start looking at what we have in common. We really need to understand that there is no such thing as lack. We need to start opening up to different
Live
ways
in
of doing
abundance.
things that are more creative, constructive, positive. But following his formula that he shares with all of us is one of the primary ways that we can achieve that. Because when we follow our passion and the other steps in the formula, it raises our frequency. And when we raise our vibrational frequency, we make ourselves a better receiver, a better antenna, so to speak, for
Mhm.
receiving higher frequency information from our spirit guides, from ETs, from extra dimensionals, from our angelic team, from all of our soul family that is helping us, helping guide us in this life. So it's about being our true selves, staying in our primary frequency, our core essential signature vibration, so to speak, so that we can be guided more easily, so that we can receive the assistance that is available to us from our soul family, from our spirit guides, etc. So it's opening up in our awareness, it's paying attention to those things, and it's following certain steps that allow us to demonstrate that we are committed to taking the actions that keep us in alignment with our higher minds, with our soul, and keep us in a positive frame of reference for our life path.
Is there anywhere where our soul frequency resides?
It resides in us. Everything is here. Everything is here and now. We are souls. We're not humans who have a soul. We are souls that have a physical body. So the physical body is within the soul. So the soul is right here, but it's focused down. A part of it is focused down into what we call this physical experience. But all of that is happening within the soul. So it's a matter of focus. It's a matter of perspective. When the soul can relax and expand itself, when the physical mind can let go and let go of the focus of physical reality a little bit more, then we can experience other things like psychic functioning, more precognitive awareness. We can start experiencing things like astral projection, near-death experiences, so on
I
and
want
so
to
forth.
experience astral
So
projection.
it's just different stages of the
Raise your
physical mind
vibration.
focus,
But you'll have to
softening
leave
Man.
Twitter.
Well, that's the thing, is I feel like I got really fucking close to doing it before I got on Twitter and into politics, like, because it does, that's a kind of like a mind fuck. Like, you have to really let go, and I'm not good at letting go, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not good at it. I'm not good
Me
at it
neither.
at all.
Yeah.
And I feel like I got really fucking close, and then I got thrown into politics, and it fucked everything up.
It's politics and spaces like Twitter and stuff like that, and including a lot of the really, you research a lot of horrible shit,
Yeah.
not to expose it. So you're doing it for a good reason, but that stuff's going to lower that vibrational frequency way down here. So, I mean, for, resolution time, find something that brings you up at the end of the day so that you're not constantly living way down here,
True.
I'm like that with a regular office job. I'm down here and I get suicidal. I cannot thrive in office jobs. I feel like I'm in a cage. I can't stand it. But yeah, you got to find something that raises you up.
It's true. More meditation. More meditation.
Good friends, good vibrations. Yeah, meditation. Lots of
Possibly ayahuasca.
little ayahuasca. Lots of healthy sex.
I've been fucking saying I need to do another ayahuasca ceremony for like 2 years, and I haven't done it. I haven't done an ayahuasca ceremony in so fucking long.
That'll be what we all go do.
Let's go do
meet
ayahuasca.
South America. Do you know that there are people who will come to a location? It's very,
I know.
illegal, but they will.
They sneak it. I know even how they sneak in the ayahuasca. Do you want to know how they do it?
I don't know if we should say that on the internet. We don't want to give away
It'll
their
probably
secrets.
be fine. It'll probably be fine. They do it in shampoo bottles.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Little
That's how they
ones
do
that
it.
aren't going to trigger anything.
That's how they do it. Yeah.
Nice.
But we should do that. I mean, ayahuasca's actually gotten more legal in recent years in that if you are a church, it is actually they're allowing them to do it, I guess now.
I'm a priestess. I could say we're a church.
Yeah, exactly. We just need to find a shaman. We need a shaman. You need
Yeah.
a good, experienced
A
shaman.
good-
No fucking around with psychedelics like that.
No. And you need some women with the barf buckets, from what I understand.
Yes, you do. You need shamans, and you need shamans helpers, and you need music playing to the music
Ooh,
ground you, so
that-
you don't like completely shoot off into. This is all like you have to take it serious. Like, okay, I know I kind of joke about it, but like when you're doing stuff like that for real, take it seriously. Because like,
Oh, yeah.
I was actually talking about this on a Groyper Twitter space of like all places, but I've done ayahuasca ceremonies with people who didn't take it seriously, and they showed up drunk or like whatever, and they have a very fucking bad night. If
Is
you're
that when
doing-
they see like the smiling man or the Joker spirit and shit like that?
Yeah, like Mama Ayahuasca will fuck you up if you
Yeah.
aren't respectful of like the ceremony. You have to take it seriously. It is a spiritual ceremony. You have to set intentions. You have to like, cleanse your like when I do ayahuasca, like I eat very clean
Yeah,
I
there's
even-
a diet you have to be on for like 2
Yeah.
weeks or something. No alcohol, which is
or
a
sex.
bummer.
No
No
orgasm
sex.
either. Yes, no sex, no orgasm.
No self
It
manipulation.
fucking sucks because sexual energy is so strong that it overpowers like the spiritual energy because it's very base energy. Sexual energy is very base. I swear to God, I've had to go on abstinence.
God,
Nothing.
that would be hard
Sucks.
to do.
It sucks.
Does sound sucky.
But you're taking it seriously because you want to respect what it is.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's fine. You survive. It's fine.
Itself and expanding back out to, let's say, the diameter of the energy sphere that is the soul itself that each of us is.
Mm. I wanted to ask you because Bashar says that we go in 40-year cycles here on Earth, and that since you've been doing this work for 40 years, it's the end of a cycle, the beginning of a new. And you've probably heard a lot of similar things that Bashar has saying over the years, but I want to just ask you, what are you most in awe in or
Thank you,
fascinated
Naruto.
about what he's coming through in this new cycle now? I know he's talking about the interstellar alliance and preparing us for contact.
Well,
what is fascinating you the most about
That's
that?
the most fascinating thing.
Whoa.
Is that I think we are really on the threshold within the next few years of
He just
being
got huge.
introduced to
Yep.
some of the first species that are members of a galactic society. So I think we are right on the cusp of that. I think all
was
of the
weird.
40 years that he's been delivering this information has been preparation for that, to get us used to the idea that we're not alone, to get us into the understanding that we need to raise our vibration to be more vibrationally compatible with the species of extraterrestrials that are engaging with us on this planet, that have our best interest at heart and are helping us up the evolutionary ladder, so to speak. So I think that's one of the most exciting things I can imagine happening, is to suddenly realize that we're being introduced to some beings from other civilizations that can actually help humanity expand and accelerate in fantastic and almost unimaginable ways over the next few decades.
And even looking farther out, Bashar has said that ultimately there will be hybrid children living on the earth and amongst
What?
us.
Yeah.
Who are these
Yeah, they're
hybrid
around.
children?
Oh.
Well, the hybrid children are the result of what is typically referred to as the hybrid program
Nice, like,
or
that's
agenda.
his old
And
voice.
people that are familiar with things like alien abduction and the Greys, it's a long story.
The
It's a big story.
Greys.
But the idea
Oh.
generally is that on a spiritual level, we've made an agreement to assist with the evolution of humanity. And part of the process of that evolution is the uplifting and genetic alteration of humanity to be more capable of connecting into spirit, of exhibiting certain kinds of abilities like telepathy and psychic functioning and so on and so forth. And it's the hybrids that have been created from humans' genetic material between the Greys and Earth humans that are going to be able to sort of be our guides and our mentors coming to Earth to help us progress in certain ways, sociologically, technologically, and what have you, to be able to proceed toward a future that is much more beneficial for all humanity, and to help us understand how to be of service to humanity in that way. So they will come to live among us in the near future in order to help us see things from a different perspective, a bigger perspective, a broader perspective, and to allow us to suddenly start to understand that we are part, and can become even more so, a part of a much bigger galactic family.
Hmm. And as the Earth's frequency is also accelerating, and we can see that even through like the Schumann resonance, are the children that are being born on the planet right now also more attuned to be able to be more in
Yes.
that spirit state and make connection with intergalactic
Yeah,
communication?
I believe so. I think Bashar has actually said that the children that have been being born now for the last couple of decades are not just a new generation. They're, technically speaking, genetically speaking, a new species of human. They are an uplifted
Whoa.
species of human that has more capability of
Millennials.
making those energetic and spiritual connections. They
Zed.
don't forget as
Gen Z. I don't know about that.
They're,
There's a
well,
new
they are kind
generation
of
being born
different.
now. Well, I guess
Huh?
so.
They're very different. A new species of human. But he said for the last couple decades, so that'd be like by the aughts. That's Zed, I guess. Yeah.
Hmm.
No. I don't think
Nick,
they're very
Nick,
advanced.
Nick Fuentes is a Zoomer. Just saying.
Is he a Zoomer? He's such a Zoomer too.
Yep. Mhm.
much of who they are coming into physical materiality. They remain strongly connected to spirit, and they're guided more easily that way. So, yeah, I think that a lot of the children being born today will be the ones who will sort of lead the way to this
I
future.
wonder.
I mean, remember the children that have been being born,
Go
ever
ahead.
since.
Oh shit! Go ahead.
I wonder if that's why there's so much sexual identity confusion. It's not, I mean, aside from the obvious that they're being geared and guided that way, but I mean also because they have such a, I wonder if they're asking the question more because they have this spiritual connection that there's no guidance for here.
I wonder if it's like if it also relates to autism, because I feel like there are a lot more autistic people now than there were.
Oh God, yeah. I
Like,
think that has
right?
to do with our shitty diet though, because you don't find that in
Yeah.
Europe at all. It's all America. America's got all the weird, I won't say weird, I don't mean to offend or hurt anybody. But you know what I mean. It's like we've got all the heart disease, the cancer, the obesity, the autism, the ADHD. All of that is mostly here. It's not so much in Europe.
But I
or even
sometimes
Asia.
wonder, like, is autism even a bad thing? Because it's like I mean, weaponized autism is real. The Groypers are the epitome of weaponized autism. Okay.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Like, and they can basically do whatever the fuck they want because they're able to focus. They're able to, like, really dig into
Hyperfocus.
something. So is it really, like, is that really our superior state? I'm
Maybe
not
it's
autistic,
natural
but I feel like I'm
evolution.
Yep.
And we're giving it a disease name, but
Yep.
it's natural. They're evolving beyond us because they have this hyper focus ability, like superhuman focus, and the fact that they kind of multitask like crazy until they focus, they snap in. So it could be that, definitely a little bit, maybe.
True.
We're witnessing it.
Late 60s. There's never been a time for them when we haven't been in outer space. So to them, the idea of humanity being in space is a very natural kind of everyday thing. And that's a very different mindset than the mindset that existed before that time. So even since the late 60s, people that have been being born since then are more open to the idea that, yeah, there can be other beings that live on other planets in outer space. Of course, science fiction sort of helped prepare us for that even before that. But actually being
Gene Roddenberry
able to be in space, as many humans now have been, is something very different.
What was that?
Gene Roddenberry supposedly had a secret meeting in, I want to say it was the White House or something. Well, there were several people there, and they were talking about soft disclosure. Soft disclosure is when they introduce the idea without saying they're here.
Yeah.
And then part of he was already kind of wanting to do Star Trek, but they brought him in and said, listen, there is a United Federation of Planets, and we want you to slip the terminologies in, the Prime Directive, things like that. They're just slip these
It's getting people used to the idea through pop culture and movies.
Yes, ma'am. And they've done it since the 60s.
Yo, that's
Yeah.
fucked up, man.
different. And, the whole idea of seeing UFOs and UAPs is again increasing the idea that there are phenomena going on that have been unexplainable, that really do represent another level, another paradigm shift of what our reality can be and what we can experience in our reality. I certainly know that, the two very close broad daylight UFO sightings I had many years ago completely shifted my life because, I'd always heard about, oh, sure, there are UFOs. But when you physically see something like that at close range in broad daylight with witnesses with you, it changes everything. You start realizing
I want
the
to see
world
a
you
UFO
have
so
been
bad.
told exists
Yeah, me too.
is something different than what you were told exists. There is something else going on. There's another level to it. So that really pulls your consciousness in a very different direction. And of course, for me, this is where I wound up, is becoming a channel and bringing through this information for the last 40 years. So it's going to have a
40
great
years
impact
doing
on
this.
humanity to
God.
suddenly
Wow.
be literally physically introduced in the upcoming years to extraterrestrials. It'll be a very strong.
Can you imagine though? You've been channeling an alien for 40 years. 40 fucking years. That's almost as long as I've been alive. And all of a sudden you're getting to a place where finally like humanity might be let in on the secret that this
Right.
is actually real. Can you imagine like the level of patience? He's a fucking Aries. Like, just
I
for
don't
people
know.
to understand, Aries have no patience. None. No. I want everything right now. Right fucking now. Not tomorrow, not next week. Now. Like, the amount of patience that this man has exhibited as an Aries, 40 fucking years, that's incredible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you get the messages you get, and I'm sure they've probably prepped him. Like, people aren't going to really listen to you. Just be patient. And I think honestly, knowing that you have a secret friend in space is kind of cool enough without having like, you would listen to me. Like
Well,
he's not. Yeah.
I mean, it is cool, but like the struggle that I have with it is like, listen, I've had like, I don't know, I've had experience where I've talked to my guides, like, and it's very, very real to me. I've had experiences where I've talked to my dead family members, and it's very, very real to me. But it's like, in the moment it feels real, but then when I'm outside of it, and it's like maybe a day later or something, I'm like, was that really real? Did that really happen? Were you making that up? Are you hallucinating? Are you going insane?
Yeah.
Like, what actually happened? And so I can imagine that, like, it might be kind of a mind fuck to be a channel because, I don't know, for me, I think I would always be questioning, am I just making this up or is this actually coming from something outside of me?
Yeah, one gal who channels the Pleiadians was at like a ancient aliens or UFO conference in Vegas or something. And she had done meditations for days to open herself for messages from beyond. And at one night she said she was in her hotel room after seeing all the lectures for that day, and these two blue beings materialized in her hotel room.
Yo!
Because she'd been hearing them, and she was like, that's the same thing that you're saying. She's like, oh, that's just probably just my imagination. That's background noise. I'm making it up. And they materialized and said, no, we're actually talking to you. Here's your proof. And she was like, okay. So now she's a professional, channel for them. I might have been Barbara Marcinic, Night's Light. Yeah, it might have been. She's great. Yeah, I love her. She's the one I have 2 or 3 of her books. She's awesome.
I've asked many times for the universe. I'm like, just send me a sign that hits me over the head that I cannot deny.
Yeah, but you have to be open to it too.
I know.
And you resist it because it's scary.
It is scary. It is fucking scary. You think you want to know this information, then when it comes right down to it, you're like, nope, I don't actually want to know. No.
Yeah, it's like when you're on a diet and you're working out, and then it finally comes to that day where you weigh in and you're like, I don't know if I want to step on the scale though.
Yeah,
It's like that feeling. I don't know.
Exactly.
Shift in our mindset about what's possible.
Mm-hmm. And I know you love storytelling. And I'm almost curious to ask you, where do you feel that the stories of movies like Star Trek, Guardians of the Galaxy, Star Wars were really coming to us from?
Well, I'm not going to, in any way, shape, or form, take away from the creative abilities of the people that actually wrote those stories, because we're participating in that as well, because we certainly all have the ability to tap into creative source and bring through ideas and information in very creative ways. Now, that being said, I understand certainly there are some people that have a stronger connection with spirit guides. They're actually tapping into other parallel realities and other things going on in the universe that they bring down in a creative way that may not necessarily be literally what's going on, but can be a very close representation of things that do exist in other civilizations. So I think it's a kind of combination of things where you have to have the energy to be inspired to connect into realities that are beyond the earth, but also be open to receiving information. I think a very good example of that is in Star Trek, where there is the thing called the Prime Directive, where ETs, or humanity sort of have a hands-off policy for civilizations that haven't developed warp drive yet, that are not really understanding that there may be extraterrestrials. And I think that that is somebody that
that's
tapped
funny.
into an actual reality, because that's exactly what Bashar said the Interstellar Alliance
He
does.
said exactly what you said like 5 minutes ago. he's like, this was a hint that if you haven't gotten here yet, you don't need this information yet, but we're gonna give you a fucking hint.
Yep.
Wow. And this is why he does escape rooms for a living.
Probably. Well, Paul, I think he probably enjoys puzzles and creating situations for people to think outside the box, because to be in the mindset that he's in, you have to think outside the box too.
For real.
Is they have this sort of Prime Directive hands-off policy where they can interact in certain ways, but they can't just land everywhere and suddenly disrupt the entire society. They have to allow a society to evolve to a certain point on their own, so they get to a point where they're more
And
willing
then
to
they
open
can
up to the
disrupt
idea
them.
that it may be possible
Yeah, in Star Trek,
to
it was
meet
warp
ETs and
capability.
life existing on
Yeah.
other planets and so on and so forth. So there definitely are principles that people are picking up on and translating into our books and our movies that help also do prepare us for upcoming
one
contact. And I
thing-
think some of that is definitely information.
Go ahead.
I just remembered one thing that happened when we entered the atomic age, because one of the things I heard that aliens look for is control over the atom. And once we learned to split the atom, the UFO sightings and visitations like tripled.
Oh, that makes sense.
Yeah, that was a big deal. And then they were like, what are they going to do with this? And that's why often you see them around like nuclear bases and things, because they do not want us to blow ourselves up or cause harm. So they definitely patrol and stuff. And they're always around military hubs and things. You'll find them there frequently. They're just checking shit out.
It's like you've reached kindergarten level now, and we're going to make sure you guys don't fuck this up, because you have this ability, but you can only do so many things with it.
Well, you found Daddy's gun.
Exactly. You found Daddy's gun. Exactly.
And we don't want you to shoot yourselves with it. Yeah.
Information from guides and other sources. And some of it is the life path that that person chose to be of assistance with the idea of expanding and serving humanity, and they have come down to do it in an artistic and creative way. So I think it's a combination of the two.
Yeah. And I found it fascinating that Bashar was saying that this process of open contact was becoming almost imminent at this point, or maybe inevitable. And I feel like there's certain major events that are upcoming for us in the next few years. You've even said that maybe 2026, 2027, but there's this upcoming U.S. presidential election. Do you feel like that has any sort of influence as to how accelerated or decelerated this path of open contact will be?
Yes, I do. I actually think, along with a couple of other psychic mediums who've talked about this, that we have accelerated about 8 years forward.
Really?
All of a sudden. And that it is more conducive to open contact now, and that will actually happen. And we will start being introduced to extraterrestrials, and disclosure will really start unfolding about the existence of extraterrestrials and UFOs. I think within
Trump is going to be the president that introduces us to aliens, Jennifer. It's going to be
That would
Trump.
be so cool.
And you know Trump's going to be tickled by that. You know, this is going to be like the best thing Trump has ever experienced in his life.
We have the best aliens in all the universe. The best, everybody agrees. Their craft is huge.
Oh, man.
It's the best craft.
in the next 5 years. And I think that seems very quick to most people. But what I think a lot of people don't understand is a lot of this has been being set up and being prepared behind the scenes for quite a while. So the idea that in the next 5 years, we might actually be openly introduced by different factions of government to the idea that extraterrestrials exist is something that has been going on for quite some time in the setup phase, and therefore over the next 5 years is not necessarily such a surprise that we have finally reached the point where this becomes inevitable and actually becomes something that can happen in the relatively near future.
And Daryl, I've never shared this before on the podcast, and it's kind of strange that I'm wearing a blue shirt because I don't know about you, but I've been having some wild dreams lately. And one of those dreams was I was on Earth and I'm here as a human, I'm as me, and two large ships came, landed, and beings with blue colored skin walked out of the spaceships and started interacting with us. So I'm curious to know, is this mass contact beginning in dream time as well for people?
Yes, I think that's one of the ways that people are prepared for this, is to get used to having those experiences in the dream time, because dream time a lot of times are actually representative of interactions and encounters we have had out of the body in astral form that set up the blueprint for something to manifest in physical terms. So yeah, I think that's one of the methods of open contact, is not only the dispensation of information through channels and other sources, mediums, and psychics, but also interactions that take place in slightly altered realities and also in the astral level, which we interpret as dreams.
So what do you feel will it take for us to go from Homo sapiens to Homo galacticus?
Well, a lot of people are talking about the idea, psychics and mediums, that we're now in the beginning stages or the middle of essentially an evolutionary reset of humanity from 2020 to 2050.
Oh.
So I think that over that 3-decade period of time, there are going to be massive changes in our society.
That's a
on Earth
long ass time.
that will
that's the end goal or the end game for the Great Reset.
Ew.
Of the globalist type peoples that are trying to engineer us into little communities where we're just basically thriving locally and they get to enjoy the rest of the world. I don't know if you've ever seen Agenda 20.
I thought it was 2030.
2030 is a soft, so they have goals. They have goals every 5 and 10 years.
Oh.
And 2050 is when it's supposed to be finished. And that should be the completion of when they do it. But yeah, they're noticing some resistance though. So they're having problems with their goalpost.
So maybe that's a sign. Murphy's Pool.
Hooray!
I'm not drunk. You are. I'm starting to get a little drunk, Jennifer. If
I'm a little tiny buzz.
I'm a
Dude,
little
where were
fixation.
you last night? Not last night. Today's Tuesday. Sunday night, I had you on my bingo card. I did bingo for movie night, and you were on there, and it was like the one night you didn't show up and ask what the rules of the chat were.
Murphy's Pool failed all of us for bingo on movie
And
night.
Nick was driving, so we
True.
didn't get the Nickisms.
It's all right. Bingo can exist another day, Jennifer. You can play bingo on multiple days. It doesn't just have to be New Year's.
I know. It's just the first time I thought about it, and I was really excited about it.
Next time. Thank you, Murphy's Pool. I love you. Thank you.
in conjunction with the idea of extraterrestrial contact, propel humanity forward in an incredible way that will really create whole new paradigm shift for people on Earth who choose to follow that path, who choose to vibrate in alignment with that reality. There may be those that don't. And the idea is, of course, that there are any number, from Bashar saying, there are any number of parallel reality versions of Earth that
I'm gonna use a
already
little goddess room.
exist,
Okay.
that exist at the same time. So whatever vibrational frequency you are is where you will navigate and shift yourself through those different parallel versions of Earth that are more representative of the change you made within yourself, frequency-wise. People that are more positively oriented to the idea of contact,
we're gonna watch the
will
ball
shift
drop
themselves
at
to
midnight.
versions
Don't
of Earth where that
worry.
contact will occur. But we
I
never
got you
change the
guys.
actual planet we're on. We simply shift to other versions of Earth many, many times a second. People that are still going to be focused on the idea of negativity and fear-based ideas are going to shift to versions of Earth that are going to reflect that. And on those
Oh.
versions, contact may not occur. So we're in
Isn't
a
that
time of
interesting?
choosing what we prefer. We're in a time
Isn't
where
that
the
interesting? So if you're in a state of negativity or fear, you might get shifted to a parallel reality where you don't get to meet aliens. So you got to keep that in mind. You don't want to be in a place of negativity or fear, so you get to meet aliens.
realities are starting to really literally physically split apart into different parallel versions. And I think that's one of the reasons why we're starting to see early signs of that and early symptoms where you have people saying, no, this is what happened. No, 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 this is what happened. And it's not necessarily a matter of just different ideologies or different perspectives wishing that something different had happened. People saying completely opposite things sometimes honestly truly believe that's what happened. And it may be true in the reality that they're shifting to, as opposed to the other reality, which may be true for those people that are shifting in that direction. Eventually, those realities may be so far apart that one will never experience the other in the.
John, I have never said we're all going to die by commies. I just said there was going to be a communist revolution in which we would all be placed into gulags. Don't misquote me, John. We're just all going to be living in misery and starvation, and it's going to be fine.
Only
Because
if you're vibrating low.
Because the aliens are going to come and save us.
I heard that too, and it's funny because there was. I'm trying to remember who said. I want to say it was David Wilcock said that. And there's probably, I don't know if it was him or not, but that there are two realities branching.
Yeah.
And that it does depend on your worldview if you're going to be in the nice future or the bad future.
Well, I don't know if you heard this while you were in that way, but like he said, he was like, if you're living in a fear-based reality, you're not going to get to meet the aliens, you know? So
yeah,
no fear-based reality. What if you have an anxiety disorder?
Are you positive with it, or are you like hate everything? And like anxiety is a state of tension, but you can have that and still live in joy. And you can have that and live in misery. So, I mean, I've met tense people who are incredibly uplifting. We used to call them type A personalities back in the day. So it really depends on the vibrations. Like the disorder's the disorder. What you do with it is where your vibe's going to go.
True. All right. 10 more minutes until the New Year's, Jennifer. We're going to stop and watch the ball drop at midnight.
Balls.
Crystal balls, as it turns out.
Years to come. But right now, they overlap enough that we can still see all the choices. We're getting all of the choices out on the table. That's why things are a little bit chaotic right now and will be for a little while, because we have to get everything out on the table so we can decide for each of ourselves individually and in certain groups, what kind of an Earth do we want to experience? Which direction do we want to go in? So right now we have the ability to still see each other, to still see opposing points of view. But I think in time, as we shift to the different parallel realities and versions of Earth, we will only see the version that is at least somewhat similar to what it is we're choosing today. So I think that's what Bashar has explained is actually going on, is now is the time of choosing, and we are creating a split into different parallel realities.
What do you feel is the most difficult choice that people are having to make right now?
I think they have to understand how things work so that they know that they are here by choice. They are on a path that allows their soul to grow.
Yeah.
And I know that based on a lot of the training and ideas and fear-based beliefs that we've been holding on to for so long, it can be very challenging for people to let go of those things. But as someone who, even before I knew about Bashar, always chose my passion, I've always only really gone into things that I was passionate about. I've worked in graphic arts and I worked in the film industry. I'm now doing escape
Creative.
rooms.
See,
Yeah.
I've never
Very
really
open.
done anything I
Yeah.
wasn't excited to do. And the one thing, the one lesson, the main lesson I've learned through all of that for my entire lifetime of doing that is it always has supported me. So the idea of getting over the fear that following your passion won't support you is not a realistic assessment. If you actually are more in alignment with who you are, which is what following your passion is all about, you are always supported. I'm not saying there are challenges through that, but the challenges are there to help you grow, to help you become more accomplished as a soul. So it's not that you won't face challenges, but if you approach them with curiosity instead of fear and understand, okay, how can this challenge serve me? How can it help me serve others? Then you will always find that the support will be there. You always have the support of your spirit guides, your soul team, your soul family, angelic realm beings. They're always helping you. You just have to be open to receiving it. And there are many techniques and ways to be more open to do that. But it's always worked. It's always worked. It's never not worked. So the one thing I would want to get across to people is when you truly allow yourself to let go of the fear-based beliefs, the negative beliefs, and you're willing to really act on your passion, and it's up to you as to how to do that and when to do that, at what pace to do that. It's up to you. But when you do it, when you finally do it, you will always be supported. It's always supported me. It's never failed.
God, that is such a mind fuck. But I love, like, what I love about, like, listening to people like him is, like, the calmness with which they articulate that message that, like, when you let go and you focus on your excitement and you follow your excitement and the thing that you're really into, you will always have support with you. And it's so hard to think about that. You know
Yeah.
what I'm saying?
Definitely. I had a friend once tell me, because I was having massive anxiety about a certain decision, and she was like, open the door, walk through it. On the other side is more happiness than you can imagine on this side of the door. Just
Yeah.
trust it. Go.
It's true.
She was right. She was right. It was amazing.
True. Kevin Michael says, I'm ready to see a swarm of drones descend
Yes!
on the Big Apple. Yes, that's going to be amazing. Thank you, Kevin Michael. Appreciate you. Appreciate all your support this year. All right,
That
we got
would
a couple
be
more minutes.
so awesome, dude.
Man, I do have the New Year's Eve ball stream pulled up, so we are going to switch over to that. But let's listen a couple more minutes before we get there.
Okie dokie.
Is Bashar sometimes, does he act as some sort of like spiritual support in that perspective, or is he purely a messenger?
No, his energy certainly has changed my energy, because when I'm channeling him, I get to feel what they feel like. And the feeling, their energy is profoundly different from a typical human's energy, in the sense that they don't have a shadow of a doubt about anything. Not a moment's hesitation to understand that what they're talking about isn't just a philosophy, it's how they actually see the structure of existence. And they're just describing what they see. And it's a profoundly different state of knowingness and certainty and conviction than the way most humans operate on Earth. And that has rubbed off on me quite strongly over the years. So allowing me to become more of, let's say, my version of him in our reality. And that's why I can now sort of talk about his principles very deeply, because I not only just understand them, I've applied them and I've seen the effect of them working in my life. I am constantly getting people coming back to me and saying, yeah, when I finally applied these principles and followed Bashar's formula, everything profoundly changed in positive ways. So when I constantly get that feedback that the information works, then I understand that that's the point. It's not about whether people believe that Bashar is real. I have no way of proving that he's real. This could be coming from another aspect of my own consciousness when I'm in an altered state. And
I
that's
love
fine.
that he's open-minded
What's
about
real
that.
is the
Yep.
information. The information is the proof
Yep.
itself that the information works when you apply it properly. So it
It
doesn't,
doesn't matter what book you
whether
read.
it's coming from my higher
hang on,
mind,
hang
whether
on.
it's coming from an
It-
extraterrestrial.
He's kind of saying this, but it really doesn't matter if it really comes from an alien or if it comes from him.
Yeah, him and even people who get angel messages or God
Mhm.
speaks to them or it's the universe or it could be a spirit guide is telling you something and you go, that must be the voice of God because that's what you understand. That has to be it because there's nothing else but the voice of God. You don't know about anything else. And or maybe it is the voice of God. I mean, fuck, it could be. But that's like, who are we to say you're not having that experience? And that's what I love about like how open-minded he is with this. Like, well, I think it's an alien, but if it's not, that's okay too.
Yep.
Whether it's coming from a spirit guide, whether it's coming from a member of my soul family, it doesn't matter what the source is because ultimately it all comes from source. So it's the information itself that when applied
John
definitely
Morgan,
makes
you are
a
fired.
difference, definitely makes
Yep.
changes in a positive direction to allow you to have a life that is more creative, more joyful, more loving, more positive. And to me, that's the ultimate litmus test is, does the information make a difference in a positive way in your life? That's the most important question.
Yeah, I was watching the movie that you directed and wrote, First Contact, and there's a moment where
What?
Bashar is
Directed
explaining a little
First
bit of
Contact?
what life is like on their
Stop.
I
planet.
didn't know that.
No, wait a minute. I'm looking this shit up.
Really?
That's the Star Trek movie with the Borg and they go back in time. It's like the best Next Generation movie.
Are you
Who-
shitting me? He directed a Star Trek movie?
Who directed First Contact? No fucking way. No, Jonathan Frakes directed it. That's what I thought. Maybe okay. So
Maybe
he must
it's
have
a
had
different movie.
Maybe not Star Trek First Contact.
Maybe
I
a
gotta
different
know.
movie.
First, I'm
Let's
looking at
find
the
this
clock.
out. And as
Yeah.
you're finding that out, I'm gonna switch over to the ball drop cam because people are starting to get finicky. They're like, we need to watch New Year's, Carl. I'm like, all right. Well.
2023.
Oh, there's some woman singing in a Russian outfit right now because it's so cold apparently in Times Square. I don't know who this is.
Something else is here. First Contact, drama, horror, sci-fi, written and directed by Bruce Wemple. Okay.
Hang on. I'm gonna chat GPT this shit. What movie did Daryl Anka write and direct?
IMDb, Daryl, and visual effects producer, writer.
It's a movie called Dearly Departed. The movie
I,
is
Robot, Iron Man, Stealth, Day After Tomorrow. Okay, what is it?
Dearly Departed in 2013.
He has got quite an IMDb page here.
Really?
Oh my God. Red Planet, The Aviator.
What did he do?
Model builders, storyboard artist, visual effects storyboards, senior visual effects, miniature effects crew, prop maker, life pod, miniature brick, Star Trek the motion
That's
picture. He built models for the original Star
crazy.
Trek movie, Project UFO. There's 2013. There's nothing. What? Okay, hold on. It's got to go up. Previous. Live Free or Die Hard, Pirates of the Caribbean, Miniatures Crew, Flags of Our Fathers. He has done some big movies.
He really has. Actually, The Day After Tomorrow. Who said in our chat? Ted Kaczynski. He worked on The Day After Tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Iron Man.
Yeah.
Ted
Machine.
Kaczynski. Do you know Daryl Anka and you were holding back on us?
Oh, dude. Can I touch you?
I swear to God.
The thing
He's
though,
done a lot of shit.
He has. This is amazing. All credits.
All right. We're 1 minute away from the ball dropping.
1
minute
We're gonna
away
give
from
him a
New
kiss.
Year's. Cheers, everyone!
Woo!
Oh, look, look at that.
What the fuck is this? Give me my orb. Oh, here we go. Mwah! I'll be your first kiss. Mwah!
Wow. Purple!
Oh, that's pretty. I like that part. Woo! That clock ticking down is a little menacing.
Everyone on their phones. Not experiencing the moment at all, just on their fucking phones.
So they can keep watching it on a screen later instead of seeing it with their eyes and their brain.
Man.
Oh, here it goes.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy New Year! Woo! Cheers! Mwah! There is something about this song, isn't there?
The only time you hear it, and it's a repetitive nostalgia. Happy New Year, everybody on the East Coast! Woo, woo.
Start spreading the news. I'm leaving today. I want to be a part of it. New York, New York. These vagabond shoes are longing to stray
Wow, look at all the confetti.
the very heart of it.
New York, New York. Oh, look at all the kissy kissy. Yay!
Wake up,
Love, yay!
city that doesn't sleep. And find I'm king of the hill, top of the heap. These little towns
I'm melting away.
I'll think of the
Start of
start
it.
of it.
In old
In
New
old
York.
New York, if I can make it there, I'll make it.
Oh, look at it,
Aw,
It's up to you, New
York,
York.
New York. They had to go to something people knew the words to. Nobody knows the words so lang syne.
Yep.
They used to, though. Oh, that's so Chris. Fireworks.
Why would you bring a kid to that?
I mean, she's not going to remember it. I went to Disneyland. I don't fucking remember it. I was like 3.
Planet Fitness is sponsoring New Year's Eve.
That's being Crosby. No, that's the guy that danced. Fred, is that Fred Astaire? Fred, yeah.
that's enough excitement. That's enough excitement. That's enough New Year's. That's enough. All right, Jennifer, we have about 40 minutes left of this interview with Daryl Inca. Do you want to keep going? How are you feeling? Do you want to keep doing it?
I'm completely fine. My husband just had a meltdown about something on the internet out there, and I don't want to go out there, so I'm good here.
All right. I'm going to turn the interview back on, and I'm going to go.
How are you, though? Are you good?
I'm good. I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to go give my my husband a kiss real quick.
Go lick Victor's tonsils, please.
I will go give my husband a kiss and thank him for the copious champagne that he has provided me, and assure him that I will be done soon. But we can watch the rest of this interview. I want to know what he has to say.
You need your FFON. Yes.
We'll go with that.
FFON.
All right. I'll be
Not
right back.
now. Wait till the show's over, but then go get your FFON.
Obviously. I'll be back.
As a Sani. And one of the biggest differences I found between how they're living their life than how we're living our life on Earth is that they maintained their planet as natural as possible and they didn't build upon it. Right. But where they live is on their ships. Right. So do you think that is a possible potential for us to stop building on the natural world and move outside into ships as well?
I think ultimately, yes, although it doesn't mean we have to completely stop building. It just means we have to do things that are a little bit more aligned with nature itself. Now, we may get to the point where we leave the planet almost completely natural. I don't know if that's completely in our future or partially in our future, but we can certainly move in that direction. And especially once we actually have the ability to construct spaceships like they do and visit other planets, then, yeah, there may be more of an opportunity to live on the ships when you want to be in a city environment and live on the planet when you want to just be in a holistically natural environment. Certainly, we can bring the Earth back toward a more natural
first
place
F
where
of the new year.
Is an environment that we can enjoy as a natural environment rather than completely, covering it in concrete and steel. So yeah, we can certainly move in that direction. I don't know if we'll do it to the degree the Sasani people have done it, but we can certainly move in that direction.
Yeah. How did the Greys lose their ability to feel emotions?
John.
This was by choice, as I understand it, because the idea was that once they destroyed their version of Earth, so to speak, in a parallel reality as they used to be human, and realized that they had to find a viable source of human DNA in order to perpetuate their civilization because they lost the ability to reproduce because of the environmental catastrophes and toxins that were in
actually
their
a halo. It's not really a tiara.
They had to literally mutate themselves into what we now understand as the Greys. And by doing so, and having to come into our reality and other realities to be able to get human DNA to create hybrids to perpetuate their species, it was such a dauntingly large program and task that they felt the only way that it would be achievable was to actually let go of their ability to experience emotions, to function more efficiently like a hive mentality, and to basically allow other beings, such as the mantis beings people have reported seeing in abduction experiences, to be the overseers of the program so that it would be as efficient as it could possibly be, so that emotion didn't get in the way, so that they could achieve what they needed to achieve in a amount of time that was feasible, and in a sense then giving up emotion in order to regain their emotionality, but through the hybrids that they were creating.
That's so interesting, because I almost see that that's in a way what we do, even in like a work environment where we have to separate sometimes our emotions, separate ourselves from feeling, especially men. And I think we're back at the chat now as a collective beginning to really understand what the higher purpose of emotions are. What is Bashar's insight to that, since their civilization kind of got that ability taken away from them?
Well, wait, we got a super chat. Hang on, we got to honor the super chat. Sorry.
Oh, right.
I'm a few minutes behind. This bodes well for me. I've always been one of the happiest people you'll ever meet, so that means I'm going to meet aliens. Yes, that means you will meet aliens.
You'll be on the good timeline.
Yes, only the good people get to meet aliens.
Well, not necessarily good people. It's your attitude.
Happy people. That's actually right. That happy, that you can be a really shitty person, but if you're feeling pretty good about your awful behavior,
you be a good person, but just feeling down here and you're off the wrong one.
You know what? There's a lesson in that. You can do really shitty things, but if you feel good about it, it's going to be okay.
Positivity. That's why people are like, how come they haven't gotten their karma yet? I'm like, because they're not manifesting anything bad for themselves. They feel like everything they're doing is right and good, and that's why it sucks for us.
They're not playing by your rules. They're playing by their rules.
Their manifestation. So we were talking about, just to fill you in. I had said, I think I said FFOTN, and I should have said FFOTNY, and then it was like, what's that? And I tried to type it in, but it won't let me freaking post.
Oh,
so I just so then we
what
had
does FFOTNY mean? To say it.
First fuck of the new year. FFO.
My husband takes a little longer than that, Jennifer.
Well, that's why I was wrong. Mine was like 52 seconds, and I'm like, no, baby. Or the record is 52 seconds.
No.
Oh, hopefully that's not your personal record.
No. Don't jinx. No.
No jinx. Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Emotions are used to reinforce what you believe to be true, because physical reality isn't a real place. It's a projection of consciousness. It's a simulation.
Reality isn't real.
So
it's a projection of
you have to be able to feel that it's real. You have to be able to think that it's real. You have to behave as if it's real. So belief systems use emotions, thoughts, and behavior.
What's that?
If I actually find out that this really isn't real, I'm
We're
gonna
all
be
in a simulation.
Very angry. Very angry. Because I mean, you sit there and you go, I've got all this power. I can think myself this way or that way or healthier or blah, blah, blah. And, no, I'm not going to grow any more gray hairs, and it still happens. And you're like, fuck. So, I mean, I think we have a bit of control. Like, reality is reality, but I mean, you can control some things, and other things are the direct result of the being we chose to beam down into. And genetics, like that's also there.
True. I agree.
Behaviors to reinforce the idea that what you believe to be true is actually a solid fact. Without the emotional component, without the thought patterns, without the behaviors, we wouldn't really have a solid experience of physical reality. It would be as it really is. It would be like a transparent projection that we wouldn't necessarily have any commitment to. We wouldn't have any stake in. So the emotions, the thought patterns, the behaviors create the stakes of forcing us to focus on physical reality as a real solid place, as a real solid experience, so that our souls can take advantage of that projection of consciousness in a way that allows us to grow, to allows us to experience process and change and creation. Other than that, it wouldn't be real. It would just be a timeless void, a timeless experience where there's no change, no growth, and we wouldn't be able to expand, and the universe wouldn't be able to expand. Creation wouldn't be able to expand in that way, metaphorically speaking. So it's about the changes in our perspective, in our relationship, and in our experience of the structure of existence that causes creation to expand. The structure of existence never changes. It is what it is. It's a very basic foundational structure. But our relationship to it constantly changes. And that's what physical reality as an experience allows us to do.
Hang on. Chris says, I almost died in 2014 and it's a miracle I survived. So seeing a new year is always awesome for me. I think that's a great way to look at it.
Oh, yay. We're glad you're here.
We're glad you're here, Chris.
Is excitement a emotion that is shared by other species around the world? Because I know how, honed in Bashar is on acting on your passions and your highest excitement. So I'm really curious to know where that teaching is really coming from and why excitement is so important to us.
Passion and excitement, creativity, love, curiosity, these are all the physical translations of communications from our soul, our higher mind, to
Ah,
our physical mind.
fuck.
In other words, the soul communicates
What'd you
in the
do?
form of energy.
No, it's just
It
like
commu-
it's like when something resonates so true, it's like I'm constantly fighting with myself over whether or not I should be doing this analyzing and decoding the left thing on the internet, because there's just so much bullshit that comes along with it,
Yeah.
right?
And
But it
and
is,
and reverberation, the
yeah.
shock waves that come at you too.
And it's just like, this is not worth it. Like, what the fuck? And then, but it is actually truly what I'm interested in. It's just like, I'm constantly in my head going, no one's going to be interested in this. No one fucking listens to me. This sucks. Like, why do I have to be interested in this? I don't want to be interested in this. And then they say something like that, and I'm like, fuck you. I know I'm supposed to do this for a reason, but fuck you.
Yeah, I'm told sometimes that it's like you're not living your true purpose or you're off the path. And I'm like, I know what I'm supposed to do, but I don't think I can do it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really think I can do it, man. Well, you
Yeah.
better at least try.
Yep.
Well, I tried once,
Figure it
but I
out.
got shot out of the sky. Well, try fucking again. What are you
Yep.
gonna give up that easy? Who the hell? Come on, are you Jennifer or are you not? Are you Carlin or aren't you? You know, it's like, do your
Yeah.
fucking path. And I'm like, oh,
I mean, the internal fight is actually harder than the external fight.
oh yeah. Well, because as he said earlier, once you're on it, you will have the support system will appear.
Yeah.
Communicates in light, in frequencies of energy. Our physical minds and physical bodies
Why are you frozen?
Oh dear, that's not a good frozy face either.
translate that
Oh,
message
Okay.
as the sensation
No. No.
we call
Ah.
passion, excitement,
No,
creativity,
your gremlins.
love.
Stop it.
So when we're willing to act on it, when something comes to us that contains that passion, makes us excited, that's our higher mind saying, look, this is the next step to take on your path. That's why it comes to you with this energy. This is actually representative of a message coming from your soul saying, this is who you are. Act on it.
Yep.
When we are willing
Yeah.
to take that action, that's the response to the soul that says, I heard you.
Okay,
because
hang
the
on, hang on.
language of physical
thought of
reality
something.
isn't words. It's not
Go
thought.
ahead.
Of course, I thought of a movie reference because I think in movies, I guess. But I don't know if you ever saw League of Their Own.
Yup. I've about 1,000,000 times I've seen that movie. I've been to the
So-
Baseball Hall of Fame.
Did you really?
Yeah, it's actually
Wow.
really fucking cool, honestly.
Oh, nice. Well, there's a scene, Tom Hanks' character, of course, is an alcoholic and he's not paying attention to the women's baseball team. And so Gina Davis's character starts coaching it. And then they have that little showdown where they're doing the signals and everything. And he goes, I'm the coach. You're not the coach. I'm the coach. And she goes, then act like it, you big lush.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what I hear here. It's like, I don't want to do it, blah, 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 or I'm supposed to do
Yeah.
this. Well, then fucking act like you're supposed to do it.
Act like you're the person that's supposed to do this. Just act it. Fake it
Do
till you
it.
make it.
Yep.
That's really basically what they're saying.
Behave in the way that will give you the thing you say you want.
Yep.
Yep.
Truth.
Thoughts. It's actions. It's physical actions that demonstrate the commitment to trust the guidance that's coming from our higher mind and leading us on our soul's path in a positive, constructive, creative way. So when we do take those actions on the things that contain the most passion, the most excitement, when we lead with our curiosity to find out how we can learn something, how it can be a benefit to us and a benefit in allowing us to serve humanity by being living examples of transforming challenges, then we are responding to the soul in a way that allows the soul to know it can send us more opportunities to act on our passion. If we're not willing to act on what the soul has already sent us, it's not going to send us more opportunities to do so, because that would
True.
be pointless
Mhm.
until we're willing to act on
You're
what
not
it's
going to get
already
fit if
sent.
you
Yup.
don't work
So
out.
this is the process of actually
Isn't that the fucking truth? It's like, if you don't act on the things you know you should be acting on, why is the universe going to give you more opportunities?
Yeah, eventually it's going to be like, all right, maybe in the next incarnation, perhaps you weren't who we thought you were.
Yep.
And that, I have to tell you, I had someone say that to me once, you're not who I thought you were. And it broke me because I was just like, what does that mean? Because like a list went through my head. And it was really hard. I kind of figured it out. I think I'm not exactly sure still to this day, but it's like when you hear that, and especially from the universe, like, well, you know what? Then just fuck the rest of your life off. Who cares? If you don't care, why should we? You know, that's the hard truth of it.
Yep. Hey, New Hampshire didn't have an income tax before that, Milo. What are you talking about? I haven't paid state income tax in years.
Yeah, they don't. They only have property tax. Do you guys? You don't have
property
sales
tax?
It's property.
No sales tax, just property tax. And there's like, hotels and things and like, food and stuff like that too. But
creating a dialogue with your soul from the physical mind to the higher mind.
Oh, on dividends?
The higher mind sends you the
good.
passion, the thing that
Bitcoin.
excites you. You're willing to act on it,
I
which
still don't know how to check
responds
my
to the
Bitcoin.
higher mind saying, I'm committed to following your guidance. And then the higher mind can send you more opportunities to act on your passion. And then you act on them. And that's the response to the higher mind that says, I'm ready for more. And that just keeps the ball rolling, and it accelerates and expands. And before you know it, you're living a life of synchronicity, creativity, joy.
You've heard of yes man? That's all that is. It's very simple. Just start saying yes to things, and with discretion, of course, but just start welcoming the energy. Just give it a try, and honestly, sometimes, and this has to be true as well, what we think we want isn't necessarily going to be for us. But that's also a very important time to go, okay, if it isn't this thing that I think I need, what else can it be? I thought I was going to be a graphic designer. That didn't happen. Well, what else can I do? This is who I am. These are my qualifications as a human. What else can I do with this? And you find this, like, okay, well, maybe we're supposed to do this, but we've got this for you. And you have to be open to that. You can't just, because I have seen people beat shit to death trying to make it happen. And they're bloody beating their fists on the wall trying to make it happen. It's like, maybe it's telling you no. No's happen too. Go over here and try that.
You gotta let the universe guide you. If something is too hard, it's probably not for. And this is what I've always found. It's like if you're on the path you should be on, things are going to be a lot easier than if you try to force them on the path you shouldn't be on. Like, and you're always going to get, like, the universe is always going to kick your ass right back onto the path you should be on.
Yeah.
Until you just go with it. You can fight it all you want. You can say, no, I want to do this. And the universe is going to keep nudging you over back onto that path.
Yeah. That's what Saturn returns are all about.
Fucking Saturn returns, man. Fuck Saturn returns right in the ass. Saturn returns suck. I remember Saturn return is when I lost a job that I really liked, but it was a job that I was not supposed to be in. And I know that now, but at the time, man, did that really suck. And I didn't even really know what a Saturn return was at that time. So I didn't have any context. I was just like, well, my life is over. But it was not a job I was supposed to be in, to be honest. It really just wasn't.
Yeah. If you are not on your path, you will be shaken up until you are at least got a toe on it. At least. Yep. It is a rough time. My second one, I still am trying to think, like, what my second one, I still got some time yet, but it's coming.
Yeah. And I know when you acted on actually pursuing the path of doing the channeling and going to channeling courses, meeting your wife in the process, I imagine that there was also a whole lot of fear tied to what happens if I go all in on this. So what's the role of fear? There was no fear involved?
No, because remember that when I had the UFO sighting in 1973, I didn't start going into the channeling class as part of my research until 1983. I had 10 years to do research to understand what was happening to people with regard to their UFO experiences, what the idea of channeling was all about through things like the Seth material from Jane Roberts. So I had prepared myself to understand there was nothing to be afraid of in going forward in those things. Now, I didn't know what was going to happen. Certainly there were challenges and surprises, but there wasn't fear. There was only curiosity. Where is this leading? What's going to happen? But it wasn't a fear-based thing, because by then I already understood that channeling is an altered state we all are capable of doing, and that we actually all go into from time to time When we're doing
And that's why James Lindsay is stupid when he says Gnosticism is like hidden knowledge. It's like, no, it's not hidden knowledge. Like all of this information is available to all of us.
It would
At
be
all times.
occult Gnosticism would be hidden knowledge. Gnosticism is just knowledge.
Well,
And if he could learn how to like, I would just be awfully embarrassed to have made a career out of saying the wrong thing.
Oh my God, I know.
Every time you open your mouth.
You know what? I really think he's going to look back someday and he's going to have a moment of intellectual honesty where he's going to go, oh.
Let's hope. Let's hope that, and that would be great because maybe then he'll be useful.
Maybe then.
Oy.
Doing something we love to do, when we're totally focused and absorbed in an activity and we don't pay attention to the passage of time, that's a channeling state.
Flow.
When you think you've been doing something for 15 minutes and you look up and it's been 2 hours, that's a channeling state. You have actually gone into gamma in the brain, which is between 40 and 100 cycles per second. The gamma state is the channeling state. We all
That's why I missed the movie last
night. It's just a matter of what you do with it. So when you have an athlete that's in the zone, when you have an actor that is the part, becoming the character, when you have an artist that is creating these amazing works, music, art, whatever, that's being channeled. It doesn't mean it's not coming from the person, but it's coming through the channeling state that creates more associations, more synthesizing in a rapid way of information, more connections going on in the brain. And it's just creating a flow of creativity that is not impeded by any kind of negative or fear-based belief system. It allows you to operate more efficiently and bring things through more fully. So people can use the channeling state in a variety of ways, and people do all the time. Channeling is not a woo-woo thing. It's a natural altered state that almost all of us get into at one time or another in our lives. So that's the one reason I did the documentary, is to demystify the idea of what channeling is and take it out of the woo-woo idea and bring it into a practical, grounded understanding that it's simply a natural altered state our brain goes into when we're focused, when we're doing what we absolutely love to do. So that's...
Go ahead.
You know those 3D images that just look like garbage?
Yeah.
And then you defocus your eyes and it's like, wah, and this image just, and now you can't not look at it. And it's just, it moves with you. The magic eye one, that's what they're called, magic eye. That's what that's like. You just like, suddenly you get yourself into a relaxed state and you defocus, but you focus in a different way. You're still focused, but it's just in an alternative way. It's so cool. Yeah.
Yep. And there's a book about this. It's called Flow. Like, people should read this book if you want. And it takes it from the psychological aspect of it. And it's by a guy with a really long name that begins with a C, that in the psychological community is literally called Dr. C, because it's a really long ass Russian name that I can't pronounce, but I can see it in my head. But if you just look up flow, it's a really good book about all this.
Nice.
And I actually learned about the state of flow from a psychological concept before I learned about the woo-woo stuff. And this is actually like how I backed into this stuff, is I was learning about the psychology of it. And then from psychology, I went to mindfulness. And then from mindfulness, I went into full-on woo-woo, because it all connects to each other if you're honest about it.
Yeah. I went through to paganism by studying art history.
Yep.
Exactly. It all connects.
Mm-hmm.
Why it's so important also to follow your passion, because it elevates your frequency. It puts you in that state. It allows you to process information and absorb information much more efficiently. And it allows you to express creativity in a much more holistic way, whatever you want to use it for.
Yeah. What does then Bashar say about our other brain, the heart?
Oh.
He's saying that's more receiving the soul's message directly. So it's the idea that it's receiving that vibration directly. It's transmitting that vibration from the heart, from the higher mind to the heart, to the brain. But the brain, the physical mind, is filtering that with its belief systems. So when you clear out fear-based and negative belief systems, then your physical mind is more in alignment with your heart, which is receiving the direct vibration from your soul, from your higher mind. So the heart is kind of like acting as the drum beat, so to speak, of the vibration that is coming directly from your higher mind, so that when you clear yourself out of fear-based beliefs and negative beliefs, you can be more in sync with it. And that's where the idea of body, mind, spirit can be more coherent, more cohesive, more in alignment. And you can really start functioning as a more holistic human being, with all of you working together, rather than just thinking that the physical mind has to be in control of everything, which it really is not designed to do. Your physical mind is designed to allow you to experience physical reality, but it's not necessarily designed to know what's going to happen. The higher mind is designed to tell you what's coming up. The physical mind is just designed to tell you what's happening now, so that you can fully experience it. So when everything works together, heart, mind, spirit, body, then you're functioning on all cylinders, and you can flow through life in a much more effortless, much more creative way. It does work. It's actually physics that we're talking about here. It's nothing far-fetched. It really does actually work.
Yeah. And is that state really the initial state that we were created to live? Or first did we have to go to what we're doing now, which is a little bit chaotic, not cohesive, not in coherence?
No, our natural state is spirit. We have to understand we
Yep.
never leave spirit. We're there right now. That's our home. That's our natural state.
Yep.
We are pretending that we've left. We're dreaming that we've left. That's what physical reality is.
Yep.
It's a part of our soul focused down in a way that gives us an experience that's happening within the soul, but the soul is still in spirit. The soul is becoming the higher mind that guides the physical mind. So our physical body, all our physical experience is actually happening within the soul. And we never leave the spirit reality. That's where we are. It is our holistic self, where we know what we know. We're connected to source. We know exactly who we are. We create this forgetfulness so that we can kind of clean the slate, start from scratch, and have an experience that allows us to discover ourselves from a new point of view. And like I said before, that's how creation expands, is the experience of creating a discovery from a new point of view, a new relationship to all that is, a new experience, a new perspective of all that is. That's how creation expands. The structure never changes.
And speaking about new perspectives, what do you feel we can learn about the more, let's say, evolved aquatic beings like dolphins or whales? Have they
they're
even made
decoding their
ET
language
contact already?
now.
What can we learn from
I
them?
know, right? Isn't that crazy?
Whales and dolphins are like, they're actually running it through AI, and AI is finding the pattern, and we might be able to actually have conversations with whales and dolphins soon. I think that's fucking cool as hell.
Did you ever watch the show Sequest?
Yes.
Fucking was in love with that fucking show. That show was awful, but it was also great. But it was also awful. But and they had Jonathan Brandis on it talking to dolphins.
Are you talking about the naughty version of Sequest that used to be on Adult Swim?
No, not the
Okay.
naughty version, the normal version, Jennifer. I didn't even know there was a naughty version of Sequest.
There was one on Adult Swim that maybe I'm thinking of a different show. Somebody correct me in the
I
chat.
think you might be thinking of this is not Sequest was a wholesome family show, Jennifer. It was not naughty. There were dolphins and they talked to a human and they went on adventures and they were on a submarine.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy that talked to the dolphins later committed suicide by hanging himself in a closet, but we don't talk about that.
Oh my God.
I swear to God, he did.
Lord. No, I thought it was, maybe it wasn't called Sequest. There was a deep water science station on the bottom of the ocean, and it was sort of done. It was like a la the style of what's that adult cartoon? He's like a detective or something. It's like the people that did that started in Sequest, and it was like very hilarious and adult humor, but not overt. But there may or may not have been sexual contact with ocean animals.
Okay, I don't want to talk about this. Let's just continue. All right. I bring up a nice wholesome show like Sequest, which had no naughty bits in it, and you're
I think
like
it was
going
called
to right to the
C-Lab.
adult version.
Maybe it was C-Lab.
Darwin was the name of the dolphin in Sequest.
Oh, I know. Okay, yes, I know what you're talking about. And there was Day of the Dolphin too with Alpha and Beta.
Mm-hmm.
That old movie that I don't think anybody knows about. They're training them to be dolphins to like take nuclear weapons to as like suicide bombers.
Yeah, let's not make dolphins into fucking Muslims, okay?
No, but that's what they were. And anyway, they learned how to talk to them so that they stopped the whole plan. Anyway, it was really cool. I remember that, Milo. It's good. It's very sweet.
All right, we're going off the rails really quick. Let's continue.
I was saying this is the tiara.
Oh,
it's a halo. It's a halo.
You know, we've had a lot to drink tonight.
I may or may not be buzzed.
You know, it is what it is. All right, let's keep going.
Bashar's talked about the idea, there are other sentient species on the planet, especially dolphins and whales. They're very telepathically connected to many extraterrestrial beings, one of which primarily is the civilization that exists in the star system of Sirius, that are, as far as I understand
dolphins can talk to
amphibious
aliens?
themselves.
Dude,
and
that's Star Trek
very
4.
much relate to the idea of dolphins and whales in a certain way vibrationally. So dolphins and whales can certainly open us up to the idea of telepathic contact with other ET beings. And the idea of having another sentient species on the planet that lives in the water, like a dolphin, can be practice for us to learn how to communicate with other species that are not human. So we have a great opportunity by interacting with dolphins and whales to actually practice what it might be like to have open contact with alien species, because they are really more alien in a lot of ways than some of the ETs that are coming to us, because we might be genetically connected to some of these ETs, and that's why we're all humanoid. But dolphins and whales are truly not humanoid. So they're actually, in a way, they're not ETs, but they're more alien. Whereas some of the ETs are not necessarily that alien to us because they're more humanoid. Some of them, not all of them. Bashar has said there's a lot of extraterrestrials that are nothing like us. We'll eventually get introduced to those as well. But the first ones that will probably be introduced to us are the ones that are a little bit more like us, so that there's some familiarity there, so that we don't freak out as a civilization when we meet them. So we'll probably be introduced to those first, and then later down the line, get introduced to the ones that are nothing like us at all.
Yeah. And in the event that, let's say, first contact has occurred, you said that we will be receiving a record of all of the true human origins, human histories, even though maybe that's a lot to get into right now. What do you think are some of the main things that we should know that have been misunderstandings from what we learned in school about our history?
Well, there's a lot of gaps in our history, especially our ancient histories, and especially things, like Atlantis and things like that. It's like, I think the one thing that we're going to get, not only the one thing, but one of the things we're going to get as a gift from the ETs when open contact occurs is holographic recordings of all of those things that go back thousands. Well, it's like that. It's like they've been observing us for thousands and thousands and thousands of years, and they've recorded it all. So they're going to literally say, look here, this is what Atlantis looked like.
And then
here's a holographic recording of it. This is what other ancient...
Oh my, yeah. I mean, there are going to be so many conspiracy theories. Like the conservative Christians are going to lose their shit when this happens, Jennifer. It's going to be, it's actually going to be glorious.
Muslims, I mean, all of the single God religions are going to lose their freaking minds. Everybody else is going to be fine with it. But I think there's probably a few in the single God religions that'll probably welcome it and see why can't creation be everywhere, because why not? You're limiting God if you don't think that. But I mean, God, could you imagine if they showed a holograph of, I mean, what did we just do? Like 4 weeks of Anunnaki shit. And I don't think that's the whole story. I think that's still part of the story. Oh my God. Yes. Bring it.
Amazing. Bring it on.
Yes.
Civilizations that have been on your planet actually look like. Here's a holographic recording. They may even have holographic recordings of dinosaurs. So, I mean, that would be an amazing gift to receive. And Bashar's not the only one that said that. Other psychic mediums have actually said that that's one of the gifts that aliens are going to be giving us, is a lot more of what's been going on this planet than our history has recorded. So there's a lot of gaps in our history that we know nothing about.
Yep.
They'll fill in all the gaps.
It's gonna be
Yay.
amazing.
They're gonna put Netflix out of business. I'm just gonna be watching those
True.
holograms.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Spend hours on there. What are you watching tonight? Oh, I'm watching the Atlantis hologram, bro.
Right,
Oh,
man.
it's
I'm watching
so
what
cool.
really happened with the
Real cool.
dinosaurs back then. Huh?
I don't know why I'm getting this sense that if this first contact is very close, I feel like if I were an alien species, I would probably try to make connection first with the humans on the planet or the humanoids on the planet that have the least amount of fear and preconceived ideas of what reality is. So that comes into the children. So maybe they will start first with the children. Do you think that's a possibility?
I think that's happening. I don't think it's a possibility.
Yeah, I think it
I
is
think
too.
it's happening. So, and that's why
Wow.
you're getting things like channelings and psychic mediums picking up on these things. These people,
You know, my cousin, like she lives in California. I see her every once in a while, not as much as I used to, but she has kids, and her father, just like the nicest, sweetest man in the world. He died of brain cancer,
Aw.
like probably about 10 years ago now. But she had her son after he died. And she used to like the kid used to wake up when he was like, I mean, little like kid.
Close to the veil still.
Yeah, exactly. And he would describe to her how this man came to visit him at night that was her father,
Aw.
that like described conversations they had and everything. And he had like literally never even met him.
Oh, but he did.
Like, isn't that
though.
crazy? But he did. Yeah.
Oh, that's so cool.
Yeah. Isn't that cool?
I love that.
Because kids don't know not to believe this stuff, and so they're much more open to it than adults are, because we've been trained to not believe in it.
Well, everything that is something that is closed-minded,
Mhm.
including racism, caste, like all of that, any limiting belief is taught to us.
Mhm.
We do not come down that way. If we raised ourselves in the wild, we would not have any of that. We'd all probably be like amazing psychics, telekinesis, like
True.
fucking who even knows what would happen if you just like let them, and not feral, like let them loose in a jungle or something, but like give them a home and well, that's what Childhood's End was all about.
Yeah. True.
Yeah.
or come in with the ability to have those connections happen. But yes, I think children are, again, as I said, much more receptive these days and much more open to receiving that kind of information because, in a sense, they are designed to. They have genetics that are more open to receiving higher frequency energies. They are a different species, in a sense. So, yeah, I don't think that's a possibility. I think it's actually happening, and I think it's been happening for quite some time.
Yeah. And is there any first contact, let's say, exercises that the adults can share with their children so that these children are better equipped to be able
That's
to
such a
have
cool
these,
question.
I'm
these
sure that
communications
there
and contact?
are. I know that Bashar will probably be talking about things like that in the Sedona transmission that's coming up next weekend.
Man, I want to go to a Sedona,
So,
Sedona transmission.
Yeah, he's going to be
That's so
specifically
great.
talking about different things.
You know, like,
that,
I mean, listen, like I've done all the levels of Joe Dispenza's meditations, like all the way up to like the advanced workshop and stuff like that. And people like, you know, they kind of like poo-poo that stuff and they're like, oh, these are snake oil salesmen or whatever. But I'll tell you, when you're at those retreats, you feel really good. You make a lot of like I've made more advances in like my meditation practice doing those retreats than like pretty much anything else. And it's just like, I don't know. It's like people poo-poo it, but there is something to being in the room with people that are all focused on that same
Yeah.
thing.
Oh yeah. I even went to one of those scam retreats that was like
Mhm.
be a better you kind of thing. Like when
Yeah.
I think I was like 19 when I did it. And I spent a lot of money on it that I didn't have. That was like the last of my savings because I believed in it so much. I was like just left my church, needed something else, you know. And even the energy is so elevated
Yeah.
and so high. It's that you're in it, and it's really exciting. But I will say I learned a lot. I mean, I didn't go on with it, but I take some of the lessons I learned from that fanatical thing and still carry it with me. That is useful.
Yeah.
Sorry, I got a husband question. Let's get back into this. I'll answer the husband question.
oh.
And then I got to use a little goddess room. But yeah.
All right, we're almost done. We're making progress.
Anywhere.
All right.
Might be happening, different ways in which open contact might occur, different ways we can sensitize ourselves to the idea of open contact. So that's going to be coming up this weekend in Sedona on the 14th and the 15th.
Yeah. And that'll also be recorded so people can watch back.
Absolutely. Yeah. They can go to, they can certainly sign up at bashar.org, BASHAR.org. And Bashar will also be back in Sedona in January at the Channel Panel experience and event there. So that's the channelpanel.com. You can find out about that. But again, at bashar.org, people can find out about anything that Bashar has been talking about, that they can access the recordings of different experiences and transmissions that Bashar has already done as well.
Yeah. To begin wrapping up, I just wanted to clarify some of the things that Bashar has said about the 5 laws, and one of them being is to remain in a positive state to be able to get those positive, results or mirrors of our reality. What, there's this aspect of, let's say, like false optimism, or when someone doesn't want to see the reality for what it really is.
Well, you got to be honest.
What are your thoughts on that?
You got to be honest with yourself about what it is you're doing and why you're doing it. Because absolutely, you can pretend that things are all right when deep down you know that you're afraid of something, or that you're experiencing it or projecting it in a negative way. So you have to have honest self-examination. It comes back to the very ancient phrase, know thyself. So if without that honesty, you are not going to be able to have the discernment to know why you are choosing to do what you're doing. So you have to really, really examine yourself and know the difference between truly being in a positive state or just trying to gloss it over, cover it up, or avoid looking at something that you really might need to pay attention to in order to actually evolve and advance. There's nothing to be afraid of. Ultimately, you have to be willing to look deep within yourself and be transparent to yourself to be able to know why you believe what you believe, whether or not you need to hold on to that belief or let it go, so that you can move forward and be your true self. So it takes a lot of honest self-investigation and examination to do that. And it's okay to do that.
What is one belief that Bashar has helped you shift the most in your life?
Well, I think mostly the idea that things have to be a struggle, that you have to earn joy.
I wonder if that's an Aries
That's
thing,
simply
'cause I have that
something that's
too.
our birthright.
I think a lot of
And
us
I'm
have
not
that.
saying
I
again
think
you
that's
don't have
American.
challenges,
Yeah,
but
that's
challenges help you grow. And if you approach a challenge with curiosity, then it'll be fun. It will be like solving a puzzle. It will give you a sense of accomplishment. It will enhance your knowledge, your experience, and your abilities. Serving humanity by being a living example of doing that, so others can see in you ways that they can do it too, is one of the greatest things you can do. So I think letting go of the idea that you have to suffer or struggle in order to earn fulfillment and joy in your life
That's
is
also
something
religious.
that's important to let go of. Now,
Yeah,
I understand
true.
that soul sometimes will come into physical reality with what people might call a disease or a disability that they have to deal with and overcome. But a lot of time, it's a very advanced soul that has chosen that, because the
Wow.
advanced
Oh,
soul
isn't
might
that
know, look,
interesting?
if I
That's
come in with
nice.
this
That's a
particular
compliment.
Yeah.
disease or disability, it gives humanity a chance to find a cure. And that can be a way that a soul is
Oh.
being of service to humanity by taking that on themselves. So you can't always look at things from a negative.
Isn't that interesting? Isn't
It
that
is.
interesting?
I'm fixing my chair. Keep talking.
That's okay. So what they're basically saying is, so like, if you make the choice, like if you believe that you make the choice for the things you experience in life, if you make the choice to come into life with some sort of debilitating condition, you're doing that because you're an old soul that's reincarnated many, many times. You have experience in this, and you're doing it to serve humanity, to give them an opportunity to find a cure for that ailment.
And also, I think of that in cases, yes. And I also think of that in cases of people who have sacrificed themselves in a horrific way to get people to pay attention to something, like the sex trade or slavery or certain abuses of the system. And it's like, why did that person have to die? Well, if it hadn't been that bad, we would not have been paying attention to what was going on, to all the people that it was happening to.
And I mean, that's just like such a perfect way to put it. And I hadn't thought of putting it in that way of like, you're basically sacrificing yourself to serve the greater good.
Yeah. To advance a thing. Yeah.
Yep. So it's like, I mean, I've taken so much shit on the internet for saying like we make certain choices about what we experience when we come into life. Well, I mean, yeah, sometimes we are going to experience shitty things, but there's a purpose for us making that choice. There's a higher purpose for it. And I mean, you're being of service to humanity. Is there any other higher purpose? And I mean, in the specific statement of it being an evolved perspective to make, I think is.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think that is one of the greater higher purposes. And if you're brave enough and resilient enough, and you understand the perspective of what you're doing, you might make that decision. I'm going to go down and get crucified on a cross so people can start being nice to each other for a change. I mean, like, who knows what that decision will be?
I know in my head the people that give me shit for these types of perspectives, I understand, like, okay, I'm about to say something that sounds really condescending. They're not evolved. Like, they're not. And a lot of the people that make these things on me, like, they're really kind of miserable people. And I
miserable, lower frequency.
Yeah. And it's like they're on their path. They're on their journey, and I get that. And like, you shouldn't judge. Their journey is different than my journey. But it's like, it's so hard sometimes to remember that, Jennifer, when they're making my life difficult.
I know. Well, and remember, when anybody attacks you, they are down here, you're up here. They're attacking you to bring you down to their level.
Yeah.
They're like, I don't like her, or they'll just, well, you're so this, well, what's going to hurt her? Let's hurt her and then get her down here with the rest of us. It's a really stinky vibration to be in, and they are not nice creatures. I don't think those people.
Nope.
But yeah, and they may be very evolved that need to have that experience of being that horrible person so that they learn the lesson of why it is necessary not to be horrible.
I may be. Fair enough. So we need to ignore them.
Get off Twitter.
Get off of fucking Twitter. Fuck Elon Musk. Fuck that guy in the ass.
Point of view, you can't always assume that those particular conditions, as limiting as they may appear, are always being done for a negative reason. Sometimes it's being done by very advanced souls to help humanity learn to do things in a more positive way and to accomplish certain things that can be very beneficial for all of humanity. So it's how you look at things that determines how you experience them and how you begin to understand why certain things may happen the way that they do.
And those advanced souls are choosing then to master limitation.
Absolutely. And again, not even necessarily that they master it. Again, it may just be giving other humans an ability and an opportunity to learn to master it for themselves in a different way. It may increase our technology. It may increase our medical understanding. It may increase our sociological understanding of how to deal with people that are different. It may increase our ability to understand how to communicate with people that communicate differently. So many souls will choose things that seem like limitations, but are opportunities for the rest of humanity to overcome those limitations. Whether they overcome it or not isn't always the point. They may simply be.
I had his name and it just absolutely poofed out of my head. The scientist who was wheelchair bound.
Stephen Hawking.
Stephen Hawking. had he maybe made a choice to limit himself so that he only pursued the things in his mind. Because
Yeah.
had he been able-bodied, he may have gotten distracted. He may
Mhm.
have not have been as focused or interested. He may have been brilliant. Einstein was brilliant. He was able-bodied. But it may have been for the soul that came down to be Hawking. He needed to be limited so that he could truly, truly focus. So who even knows, like, the purpose that you are being, and that's why I get so mad at people, like, don't limit yourself.
Yeah.
The universe has done enough, like your incarnation, your choices have done enough. It doesn't matter what your body shape is, where you're born, what color you are, any of that crap doesn't matter. What matters is where you are applying yourself. Do that, and don't you let anybody tell you, oh well, you're not worth it, or you're too stupid, your IQ is low, or maybe you're just too smart. Now you think you're just better than anybody. Do you know how many smart people waste away playing fucking Doom in their parents' basement?
Yo, true.
Maybe
How
that's
many
what
how many
Stephen
great
Hawking would have
minds are
done.
being squandered on fucking Twitter right now? Literally.
Exactly. Yeah, Twitter, gaming sites, all of that stuff. And even on YouTube. I'm a YouTube addict. There's no way around it. I love YouTube. I live on YouTube. But there
I
are people
fucking
who
hate YouTube.
I probably watch funner, nicer things than you do. But I mean, think about the people. I have met some people who are bloody brilliant, and they have not gotten
Like
out of their.
me?
No, not like you. You're actually doing something with you. You
I
are
guess.
bloody brilliant, but you're doing something with it. But I know some people that are just immensely intelligent, and they are so overwhelmed with how smart they are. They can't stop playing video games and be distracted because they don't want to go get a job. They went to college maybe, or maybe, did or didn't. They don't want to do anything else because they're just so fucking smart, and the world doesn't understand them. And they gave into their basal selves, their comfort creature, instead of
man,
applying themselves.
the struggle is real though. It is so much easier to get. I could make so much more money if I just did lazy content, Jennifer.
Oh,
The struggle is fucking real. I'm like, every time I do a stream about drama and I get 4 or 5 times the views as a socialism stream, I'm like, maybe I should just watch Tim Pool every day. Maybe I should just shit on. If I would make so much more fucking money if I just shit on Tim Pool every single day.
yeah, but you wouldn't mean it because you don't always disagree with him, and you do mostly. I know you're not friends, and that's fine.
No.
You don't have to be, but there's no sense in bringing down someone else who's trying to do good so that you can make yourself feel better and make money. That's not what you're here for. You have a completely different point to make than him. Don't worry about him. He can say whatever.
True.
If your paths are meant to cross, they will. If they aren't, they won't. It's totally fine.
I know.
How did we get? I was just
like, I found you by you shitting on a lot of people find me by me shitting on Tim Pool. It's true.
Come on,
I know that.
I was just making a point.
I fucking know that. I get so many new audience members because I do a video shitting on Tim Pool one day, and so many people come in and they've never heard of me before. They're like, wow, you're really smart. I'm like, I know. Where the fuck were you? And they're like, you had to talk about Tim Pool to get our attention.
Everything serves a purpose. And now they're into what you do too, and they can like both of you. I like both of you. I think it's fine, and that's what it is.
It's not fine, Jennifer. You have to choose.
Don't make.
Arguably, the world needs more shitting on Tim Pool in 2025.
Oh, you guys, he has worked very hard to be where he is. He's gotten a little weird because sometimes that happens, but I like him fine. I dig his show. I think he's fine. Is he any different from any other influencer like Steven Crowder?
No, they all suck.
They all have good moments and they all have bad moments. You can say whatever you want, whatever it is, but how the fuck did we get on that tangent? I was talking about like doing something with yourself. Yeah, I mean, he could be sitting in a basement playing, whatever, World of Warcraft and not doing anything with himself. But no, he chose to like make this huge empire, create jobs, help expose things. I mean, right or wrong, good or bad, he did something with himself. And
He did
thankfully,
do something, and then he sold it to the Jews.
I think didn't I hear something about he might be going to the Daily Wire? I don't know.
He
It's a
sold out
rumor.
to the Daily Wire. Yeah,
Is
he
it
sold to
true
the Jews.
though? Because
Yes.
there's speculation. I don't think it's been confirmed.
I'm pretty sure he's about to confirm it like this week.
Oh,
We'll see.
John says they're counting down on Central Time.
Do you want to do? Oh fuck!
Do we have to replay the New York one?
Do we have
Is
to
that the only
replay the
one?
the New York thing? Hang on. Shit, I don't know if I can do this in time. New Year's countdown. I don't know if I can get it up in time. No, it gave me an ad.
Oh no, let the ad play. It'll be over soon. 20 seconds. I don't
Gave me an ad.
know. Unbelievable.
Unfucking believable.
Without
Come
a skip
on.
button. Oh, those are the worst.
Come
And of
on.
course, it's
Come
a prescription
on.
drug.
Skip the ad. Okay,
Okay,
here we go.
here we go.
Nashville. Oh, you guys can't hear the sound. Hang on. Ah!
We're getting there. Central Time.
To bring you a great time. Okay, folks.
There we go.
We're going to be doing
Nashville.
a countdown here in just a few moments. So we're going to hear that here in the background while we show you the music
Nashville.
note. That music note, by the way,
I
is
like
having
Nashville.
Nashville's Big Bash.
Yeah.
And that's where they've had a nighttime full of the big stars. Luke Bryan, Randall Lambert herself. All those folks have been there for those as well. So we are just seconds away from this countdown.
It's dropping.
20
Count down
seconds.
already.
We're here on the
What
DJ.
is that,
I have to move my earpiece a little
Yep.
bit to hear it. But I hope that this next
Okay.
year for you folks is great.
Cheers!
I hope that you have all
Happy
your wishes
New
come
Year!
true, that you're
Nine,
prosperous, and we're going to count down.
There
Ready?
it is. Happy New Year. Woo! Happy New Year, Central Time.
1. Happy New Year, Central Time Zone. Welcome to
It's the music note
2025.
on? Okay.
We wish you a happy
There
new
we go.
year from
Not a
Nashville,
music note.
Tennessee, America's Music City and beyond. And here we go. Let's catch it one more time. We got to have another one. Here we go. Here's our New Year's Eve kiss right here.
Oh, New Year's Eve kiss.
And it froze, of course.
And it froze.
I love it. And there's that note.
Dragon Balls just hopping
that we
on
saw
Slept
just a few
Through
moments
Other
ago with
Streams.
the
Happy
note
New
drop.
Year. 2025 is meant to be
All right,
bloody
folks,
brilliant.
it's all about-
Not
We
watch
have
low
street-
IQ shows. Bring down more of them.
And it does appear that
Jennifer
we are
is
losing
awesome.
Will Nunley again.
Yes,
That's
of
what
course.
happens.
Jennifer is the best. Is
Thank
the
you.
best. Thank you, Dragon Balls. I love you. Okay,
Sweetie.
let's wrap up our alien channeling stream for today.
Yep, my husband will never forgive me if I don't ring in Mountain Time New Year with him.
6 minutes left. We're almost done. We're almost
Oh,
done. We're gonna
we can
finish
do
this
this.
up and we're gonna wrap
We
up
can
for
do
the
this.
new year. We did it. We're learning a lot tonight. I'm actually
C
really
Lab.
enjoying this stream.
Yes,
This is actually-
Naruto.
this is
That's what
actually
it was.
Yep.
Sorry. C Lab.
C-Lab.
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Not what you had. Yes, that's
not C Quest. C Lab.
C Lab. Are you behind the time or something? I don't know if
I think he is. That's all right though.
All right.
All right. Let's wrap this up.
Willing to be an example for their entire lifetime to give humanity the time they need to learn to overcome those limitations so that no one has to experience that in the future. Souls are willing to do that because souls understand that physical reality is a temporary projection. It doesn't in any way, shape, or form do anything to curtail their ability to be an infinite, eternal being and to experience many, many other things beyond that life. So to a soul, that could be a very temporary thing that they're willing to do to aid and assist humanity on that level.
That is beautifully said, brother. And we end every show with a segment called The Final Trio, little questions at the end. You already mentioned where people can find the escape rooms, different movies. Where can they contact more of your work and get familiar with your world?
Well, again, they can go to bashar.org, BASHAR, to find out anything Bashar said. If they want to know what I'm doing, they can go to either
Bashar has a website.
darryllanka.com, DARRYLANKA, or for
All
the
the
escape room
aliens are doing
information,
it.
they can go to boggledescaperooms.com, BOGGLED, boggledescaperooms.com. They can find out everything that I'm doing on either of those sites and anything that Bashar has transmitted on bashar.org.
Beautiful. For the final trio, the first two are personalized to the guests, and the last one we ask at the end of every show. The first one is, what is one thing that humanity is most redefining about themselves, about reality, and about what is coming for the future.
That we are more than just these physical beings. We are large, eternal souls that choose to have the experiences we have for the purpose of expanding ourselves and expanding creation. We have to look beyond the physical reality to understand who we actually are in our essence.
And Bashar has also said, miracles are a natural state of being. What is the miracle of being human at this time in humanity?
Well, it's a miracle and amazing that we can create something like physical reality. You know, one of the ways Bashar has said you can tell that physical reality isn't real is that it deteriorates. That which is real is eternal. So physical reality has to be maintained. It has to be kept up. It deteriorates, which from Bashar's point of view,
I don't know. I think you can argue that both
physical
ways.
reality is nothing more than a projection.
What's that?
I think you could argue that real things break down because of their nature and essence of how molecules break down, and that you have to maintain perfection. And I think both things are real, honestly, but it's an interesting argument he's making. I don't know if I could, like, my science brain kind of kicked in and went, yeah, but there is such a thing as degradation. It is a reality.
But I think it's like what is actually real. If we're living in a simulation, if we're arguing that the human experience is a simulation of sorts, and that our human experience reflects our internal reality, then is it real?
It's all real. Yes, all of it is real. Being spirit is real. Being multidimensional is real. Being physical is real. It is all real. It can all be true. I don't think it's one or the other. Yeah, I don't think it's one or the other. I think it's all real.
All right.
No consciousness, and a temporary one, because it has to constantly be maintained and kept up. That shows you that it's not real. So understanding that this is something that we are using as a tool, like a lesson in a school that helps us and helps others, I think is a more positive and constructive way to look at what physical reality is all about.
Yeah. And how do we know what's real?
Well, real is about what you experience to be real that helps you grow. It doesn't matter so much in what realm or dimension it happens. What's real is the experience itself that helps the soul understand more of who and what it is. That's what's real.
Beautiful.
Everything else is just a technique.
Yeah.
Interesting.
The final question we ask at the end, we call it the time capsule question, and it requires us to travel out a little bit into the future, even though time is another illusion that is not real, but around 15 to 20 years down the line. And I chose out those time frames because I feel that that is a time when the younger generations of today will be stepping more into leadership positions around the world. And like any great leader in the world, they're going to need great mentors, great guidance, great teachings passed by people who have walked the path before. So you are given the opportunity to leave a time capsule behind for these leaders, where you could include anything that your mind can conceive of. It doesn't have to be anything physical inside of the time capsule. It could be an object, a frequency, a transmission, a teaching, whatever it is. But knowing that these teachers and these leaders will open the time capsule, and then whatever you leave behind, they'll take to be the best leaders for the new earth, for the golden age that has been prophesized for many years. What would you leave behind inside of the time capsule?
Well, I think the knowledge that we are not alone, that we have always never been alone, that we always have guidance, that we are more than these physical beings, that we will awaken in that time frame to the idea not only of the existence of extraterrestrials, but be more capable of actually communing with spirits, with our soul family, with our angelic team. So I think that will become very normal. I think we'll start to experience in that time frame more children, especially experiencing telepathic communication with spirits, with ETs, with animals, with nature, with life itself. So I think we will learn in that time frame the very beginnings of what it really means to be nature itself, what is our true nature? I think that's what we will be experiencing within the next 20 years, being taught by ETs, being guided by spirits. What is our true nature? That's, I think, where we're heading to. That's, I think, what we will discover.
Very powerful stuff, Daryl. I just wanted to thank you for allowing me to act on my highest excitement, which is talking to people like you, and also for you.
Maybe we can get Daryl and he could come talk to us, Jennifer. Wouldn't that be cool?
That would be amazing.
Shouldn't we do that? Shouldn't we get some? We need to do more outreach to people. Be like, come and talk to us. Come and talk to us, mediums.
I wonder if he because you know what the first thing I think about, because I'm a Capricorn, is what does he charge? You know?
Yeah, exactly. But for stuff like this, I can be like, yo, I have a YouTube channel with 100,000 subscribers. You want to come and talk to us, bro? Like, it doesn't even like no one listens to this. It doesn't even fucking matter because we can just record it. It'd be fun. It'd be awesome. Whatever. But I thought this was a great. I think this was a great episode to ring in the new year on. Do you have any final thoughts for 2025? I know it's not quite New Year's yet for you, but
no, I still have just under an hour left. Well, first I want to show this off.
Look at that, looking good.
It's, I think they call it a shell stitch. I'm not sure, but it's
that looks right.
Yeah, and I have not worked on this since I moved from my condo to my house, which happened in 2015. So it's about 10 years ago.
I have knitting projects that are sitting around. I understand. Yeah.
And you know what's interesting?
Yeah.
It smells like my old condo.
Yeah.
Because we used to smoke back then. Like,
oh.
I smell like the cigarettes. I smell like a little dusty. Yeah.
Isn't that funny?
Interesting. I'm like, wow, I need to Febreze the fuck out of that. But it's kind of nostalgic too. But yeah, so it's, ringing in the new with a bit of the old, because we can never forget where we come from.
Yep.
We can't forget where we started, the journey we've traveled. I was a little disappointed that he didn't go into a little bit more, because I think the title was a little misleading.
Yeah, I think so too. But you know what? I think we got a lot of great stuff out of that, though. I mean, even though it wasn't like as many predictions and things, I was hoping for more predictions myself. But like, I thought the information we got out of it was really good, and a lot of it really resonated for me. So
I think it was wonderful to ring the new year in with some positive messaging, spiritual lessons, spiritual food. I really liked all of that. And I'm glad I learned a little about the Arcturians too, because I didn't know. Mm-hmm. I knew some, but I've learned a lot about so many things. Sometimes they get a little crossed up in my head. So yeah, it was fun. It was so cool. And I really loved sharing New Year's with everybody on Central and Eastern time. And now I get to go ring it in again with my husband. And he got tomorrow off. We weren't sure he was going to get tomorrow off.
Oh, that's fun. So you guys can have fun tonight for New Year's.
We're going to hang out. I got a whole bunch. I got roast beef with cream cheese, make like roast beef roll-ups.
Oh, there you go.
I got some like Velveeta and Rotel and some chorizo and some taquitos to dip in it. Like, we're going to pig out tomorrow. We're just going to eat and watch Netflix.
Oh, man.
And it's going to be a great, I'm actually going to not edit. And
maybe I should have my Nazi marathon tomorrow. I kept threatening to do it over Christmas, but maybe I should just do it for New Year's Day. I should have a Nazi marathon.
A Nazi.
It's obviously not a Nazi marathon, but it's kind of a Nazi marathon.
Take the day off. Does Victor have to work? Take the day off.
No, Victor does have to work. That's the worst part. Like, I couldn't believe it. I asked him earlier. I was like, "You working?" I was like, "Yes, I'm working." I'm like, "What the fuck, bro?" Like, whatever. We should definitely do the Nazi marathon. We're going to do a Nazi marathon tomorrow. Okay, fine.
Do
10 out of 10 idea. Ring in the new year with Hitler. Yeah, nothing could possibly go wrong with that plan.
No.
But I really do hope, to be serious for a second, I really do hope that we get to have I want to do a retreat in 2025 later in the year where everyone can kind of get together. I'm thinking either Sedona or a cruise, either way, but maybe more Sedona
would be easier for me. And I was thinking of maybe doing Reiki classes.
Yeah, we should get a rent a fucking fuck off Airbnb, one of those like 12-bedroom Airbnbs with a pool in Sedona right near the Red Rocks
hell
or
yeah.
something, and people can come in. And I think that would be great. So that's kind of like my plans for 2025. And Jennifer, I really like I got to come out and meet you in Colorado. I got to stay in your house. I got to sleep on your futon in 20. I got to be possessed by a demon, and you excised me in the middle of Boulder. I'm really grateful for you. I'm grateful for everything you do in the community. I'm grateful for everyone that gets to hang out with us all the time. I think 2025 is going to be awesome, and we're gonna get a lot of shit done. We're gonna be the most productive people on the internet. Everyone else sucks.
Well, we went into the Age of Aquarius officially, and that is a lot more of it's a lot more feminine creative energy than more of the masculine rule energy of Capricorn, which we just came out of. And as a Capricorn, I didn't even realize we were in Capricorn. It didn't even occur to me. I'm like, oh, have we been? Oh, that's why everything's so difficult. I can say that I'm one of them. So, but yeah, I'm excited for this. I think this year's going to have, first of all, I think this year is not going to be easy. I'm going to go do my moon reading, and I'll let you know what I hear. Because usually I'll record it on my phone. The messages, I actually do a little channeling with it. And so I'll record that, and maybe I'll play it on a Zoom call or something so you guys can hear what is said. But I think I just have the feeling this year is not going to be easy, but I think it's going to be a lot more fun. Like it's going to be, I'm doing like we're doing something, like our hearts are going to be more engaged.
I feel like that too. And Mac B says, I love you guys. I'm ready for this year. It's the age of me.
Age of Carlin.
My year, mother effers.
It's actually how long does an age last? Like 60 years? We're never gonna hear the end of it.
Never gonna hear the end of it. No. That's okay. At least you know what you're getting into.
I'm old cow. You're new cow.
It's true.
Did you hear the old cow, new cow theory? There's an old cow, new cow theory. Like once a bull's had the cow he's had before, he doesn't want her. He wants the new cow. I'm old cow. You're new cow. Yeah.
It's all good.
I'm
all right, guys. Well, I want to thank everyone who spent New Year's Eve with us. How crazy is that? And we got to listen to an alien, and I think we learned some ancient wisdom that can set everyone up for the new year. And I appreciate and love all of you. Cheers to you, Jennifer. I especially appreciate you. Cheers.
I appreciate
love you guys.
You changed my life in ways that I've tried to tell you, but I don't think you truly understand, and I'm so grateful for you.
It's a little humbling, if I'm honest about it. It's not a little humbling, it's a lot humbling. And so if I don't understand it, it's because I'm not ready to understand the magnitude of it. But I do appreciate you, and I appreciate everyone here, and thank you guys for your support. And we'll be back next week to watch the debate about the Anunnaki.
And my birthday's coming up. Remember, movie night is January.
Jennifer picks out all the movies in January. It's very upsetting, and I don't like it. And
you do too. I pick good shit. You've never not liked a movie I've played during January.
I'm excited to watch Clash of the Titans. I have to say, that's a fucking awesome movie.
It's going to be fun. That's going to be great. So we're welcoming the new year with Clash of the Titans as our first opening movie. It's going to be a lot of fun. Thank you, Dragon Ball, for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, my birthday's on the 12th, which is actually on movie night.
Oh, shit. We're celebrating movie night on your birthday?
Yeah, well, because I was thinking I wanted to go somewhere for that weekend, but I have a credit card that is up to here from my dog, my little puppy that was sick. So I have to pay that off, and I'm like, well, you know what? It's all good. It's just
we're gonna do an awesome fuck off movie night. It's gonna be amazing. Absolutely. We'll cook some good food. We'll have some good wine. It'll be great.
You got it. Maybe another bingo card. Maybe we'll do some Carlin Jennifer trivia.
God. I think that'd be great.
It'll be fun.
All right, guys. Well, we're rounding out the stream. Thank you all for joining us. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. I might be hungover, but I will see you tomorrow.
Happy New Year, everybody.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Yeah, oceans of love.
Take care. Have a good one. I'll see you guys soon. Bye.